I guess me and Yurt are just a lot chattier than he is.
I hear you.
He's talking to all his spy comms.
10, yeah.
Hey, get out of Brave Comms, damn it!
You all are now part of HOTTP. Ready? Okay. If everything's on, turn them off.
Oh crap. Copy paste me the title. Does it go over?
Coming. Yes.
Looks like it worked.
Hello?
What's up?
Hi, I can hear you. The tech works.
Thing.
Wait, no black and white for the grim?
That was the Earth cosplay.
Okay.
Yes, that was the Earth cosplay. As you can see, I still don't have hair.
Wait, enough.
Once you go Earth, you never come back.
Oh no. Oh no.
I only have to press
Amy, AJ, you there? Can you hear me?
Mm-hmm. I
I've
can.
got-
AJ can't.
okay, so I've got Joanne messaging asking about the show. So I don't know if you want to message them on Discord
Sorry, what is he asking about?
about the show. I think he's going to want to join.
Yeah, AJ will fix it.
what?
Joanne.
Cool.
AJ will ping you from my Discord. He has my Discord now open on.
Cool.
Ah, okay, they're all in. Okay, great. It works. You're towards the end, so AJ will ping you like 10ish minutes before.
Okay.
That's okay. Somewhere like in 2 hours, probably.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
Okay, awesome.
I'll go back to telling kids that I am the reason why they were born. Yeah. All right.
Okay.
Later, homie.
Bye. Oh, I need to sit somewhere else. Because if I sit here, I'm not in a picture.
Right, so pass the link to Joanne. I might join in a minute.
Okay, cool. Yeah, you guys like. Okay, it's gonna be like in an hour for you.
Yeah, it's fine.
Okay, cool. Okay. Ready when AJ is. Just don't forget to mute everybody, because my brain can't do many sounds. Take water, and I forgot.
The problem is there's a lot of... Oh, where's my laptop at?
In Latvia. Oh god, I don't hear. I hope you guys don't hear it as loud as I'm drinking, because I heard it myself.
Yeah, we did.
We heard it, but I'm not going
Seriously,
to
I
complain.
can't drink that.
No, yeah, it's really loud.
What? I'm even now not drinking and just swallowing.
Oh, you can. There's a button on the.
Oh, we didn't hear anything there.
That mutes yourself.
Would you like a straw?
Yeah, that's gonna also be loud, I think. Whoa, but that, if you hear that, that means that also the stream will hear everything.
Yeah. You
Right.
hear everything.
Okay, what's the mute button? I found it. was I thinking?
I don't know what you were thinking. Where did you put it? Where's the thing?
Which thing?
De microfoon. Je zou het zeker niet hier doen, want je hoort alles ritselen.
I needed to close my dress.
Oh.
It keeps opening. So I was very
But that-
happy
that-
because it felt like a good solution.
Ja, maar dan moet deze anders.
Okay.
Deze moet je gewoon
Turn in a very different stream if that goes loose.
onder je haren doen.
Okay, are we gonna go live at some point? 'Cause
Ja.
I think Parthenon is already angry as hell.
Let's hope the computer holds up.
Oh, we need to put it also on Twitter. Wait. Hello, hello, hi, everybody, welcome. We made it, we made it. It's 32 minutes late, but we made it. Not my fault this time. I know Parthenon is already there. Grauki, hi, how are you doing? Load Boss, Strange Dane, Cotton Meat, Moonwolf, hello everybody, welcome in, welcome in. A bit different setting today, so not much of actual Eve Plague happening tonight. Maybe later, we'll see. We'll see how the night goes. But today we're going to do a little bit of a special stream because we're going to select the winner of the FanFest giveaway. We're going to find out who is the lucky one that's going to win the trip to FanFest in May 2025. We're also going to look back at 2024. What happened in New Eden? What happened in space? Yeah, you can control the lights as per usual, as you can see. We're going to look back at some memories, what other people have. Ah, AJ! Hi! Thanks for the subby. We have AJ sitting actually right there in the corner controlling everything. We have actually 2 cameras set up. We're going to have some people joining in over the night telling their favorite moments of 2024. If anybody would like to tell theirs as well, you can do that. Either say it in the chat or also ping it in Discord to Idulion, and he's gonna set you up so that you can join either with the camera if you want or just with the voice. And yeah, and tell your favorite 2024 moments. But that's gonna be the plan for tonight. We're gonna start by opening the champagne. I'm gonna try to, hi Caroline, how are you doing? I'm gonna try to keep up with the chat as well. I don't know, it's gonna be a little bit interesting situation. As I'm just thinking I should have gotten another extra screen somewhere. Okay, you're all going insane today with the lights, I see. Time to murder the camera and camera with the cork. Yep. I just dropped my laptop right before, so. But it was worth, I mean, I completely, you know, I have already my first New Year's resolution. Whoa, 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 what, wait, what? Valorant? Gifted subs. Well, I'm so confused, what is happening? How did Valorant just gift us subs? Whoa, we have a hype train, level 2, thank you Valorant. Is that end of year bonus thing? Oh, that went fast. did almost mess up the camera. But hey, thank you. Wow, level 2 hype train. Wow, awesome. This is going fantastic. Okay, great. Thank you. The tree has gone down. We need to reapply the tree. Anyway, since it's the end of the year, it's time for some champagne. So everybody, pour the bubbles. And we're gonna start with Sarek also resubscribed. Thank you so much. Did you still want to do a LAN for New Year? I don't know, Diane. We'll see. I don't think we're gonna do a LAN party for the New Year's, to be honest. Valorant is the bonus sub. It was Tober that gifted. Oh, that was the Tober that gifted it. Thank you. Thank you, Tober. Okay. Oh, yeah, I see it. Oh, yeah. That's why. That was confusing. Thank you, Tober. And thank you for, you know, see, that's the chaos. That's the chaos. Anyways, cheers to the 2024, which we're gonna do a little recap in a bit. So, that bottle did pop fast. It was actually pretty scary. Anyway, so what we're going to do is we're going to start now by picking out. These are all the 10 finalists. So for those who remember with the FanFest, it was pretty simple. We had 6 people that are 6 pilots, 6 capsuleers that got to the finals. Well, we call them finals, but it's not really finals, right? 6 were selected by voting and 4 were selected by... You can hear everything, apparently. Okay. You hear everything. Hey, Partanen. You need to finish your port now. Yep, the pod pops fast. Oh, yeah, Strange Jane, I told you guys. There were for you, there were pre-drinks for an hour, remember? Hey, Daddy Deep, good evening. All right, so guys, so we have 10 finalists, right? So what we're going to do tonight, we're going to, first of all, reveal who are the 10 finalists. So we had 6 that were selected by you guys voting on the favorite stories, and 4 were selected by me. AJ, say hi.
Hello.
I don't know if you can hear him. Gralki and my mom. We're gonna read all 10 stories, but we're also gonna reveal them slowly. And we're gonna start by the first 5. Then we're gonna have, I've prepared a little presentation about some epic things that happened in 2024 that I could find. We're gonna have some guests as I said, and then we're gonna reveal the next 5, and then in the end of the night, we'll have all 10 back in the jar, or well, this glass thing. We're gonna, just with the selection of a luck, pick who is winning the trip. Anyways, we're gonna start with the first one, I think. So, I got the first one out. The first winner is... Drum roll, please! It is the last one added to the list. And maybe we will have to add some explanations, because I know the one that is responsible for this is available right now. This one was a selection. This one was not voted. This was selected by Gralki. And it's Parthenon. So the first finalist is Parthenon. The thing is that Parthenon had the shortest story of them all that we have to read. So let's see. I'm gonna quickly open it up. What Parthenon said. This is a lot of... Alright. So first of all, Parthenon is from Northern Coalition and from Destructive Influence. In the Capsuleer stories, you can also see his skill board. And Parthenon said, I'm with NC Dot like a retirement alliance, but I never had a chance to go to FanFest due to money concerns, basically. So Parthenon is one of the finalists. That was all the story. I know Gralki had a good comment. Gralki, can we turn on Gralki for a bit, AJ? Maybe if we can, Gralki maybe can explain why did he pick Parthenon. I wasn't planning to do it one by one, but all at the end. But you know, why not? We can. Since we got it first, then why not? Let's do it.
Yeah, sure. Hi guys, can you all hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you, so everybody as well. That's
perfect. Hi. Yeah, so after I was reviewing the stories before the initial stream, my first vote was actually Jan, due to getting his dad's Kaldari Navy Raven ganked in rather spectacular fashion. I mean,
don't
that was
spoil
just
things,
such
Gralki.
Okay, but then there's other people that I was nominating, but they've been also nominated as well. So Parthenon, seeing as has been hanging out most of the year in chat, you were my next best choice.
I liked your comment though. You had a very good comment about it, like the way you announced it. Do you want to share that as well?
If I could remember what I said, yeah.
You said, let's go with Parthenon. I'm going to be called a spy anyways.
I've been calling him a spy in chat, it's fine.
Yeah. So you're just selecting spy. This is like the political game already happening, you know? Choo-choo! We had a hype train, that's true. Okay, so that's the first finalist. Okay, thanks, Gralki. I'll have you back later as well. That's also a spoiler, that Gralki will be back. All right, let's see. Next one. Next one is Frozen Fallout. Which camera is on? I don't know. Frozen Fallout. Frozen Fallout. I don't remember. Frozen Fallout was AJ's choice, I think, right? Mm-hmm. Frozen Fallout was AJ's selection. Do you want to say some words about it?
No.
No.
I like the story.
AJ liked the story, so AJ shows Frozen Fallout as one of the finalists. Linley Crypto, thank you so much for the subby. How are you doing? Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and immediately read Frozen Fallout story. So Frozen Fallout is from Federation Frontline Report. We read these all stories as well. All of the stories are also uploaded on YouTube if anybody wants to watch everything back. Because tonight we're gonna only read the finalists. So, Eve is real and nothing makes the statement more true than FanFest. I am Frozen Fallout, CEO and founder of the Federation Frontline Report, a mercenary news organization fighting alongside the mighty Galente Federation on the front lines against the Kaldari menace. By broadcasting our battles live on Twitch and through our weekly podcast on faction warfare, we hope to ignite your passion for combat, inspire valor, and tell the tales of the capsuleers who make New Eden their home. The saga of Frozen Fallout. My story starts when my friends introduced me to my first MMORPG around 2002, Ultima Online, a game that helped prepare me for the open world PvP sandbox that EVE Online would later provide. We started exploring other MMORPGs around this time, looking into ones that were in beta, hoping to get in on the ground floor of a game and build something cool together. We tried Earth and Beyond, Neocron, and many others, but none really stuck. In early 2003, we all fumbled around in awe of the graphics and concepts of EVE Online. But after a few hours, we ultimately stopped playing, as the new player experience was nearly non-existent. Nothing has been more true. It's changed though. Over the years, we continued to hear tales of this crazy universe, and in 2005, we gave the game another shot. I was working a lot during my friends' playtimes, so I didn't get hooked until late 2006, when I created Frozen Fallout. Hain is home, 2006. Living out of the low-sec pocket of Hain, my friends had created a corporation called Mecha Enterprise Group. There were only around 5 of us at the time, and we didn't have much more than POS in the system, but we had found a home for ourselves in this cold, dark universe. During this time, I fought alongside my friends against pirates, ran missions, and tasted the thrill of space combat. However, I had heard tales of capsuleers building mighty empires in lawless space and fighting epic wars over the riches of 0.0. I convinced my friends to join a corporation that belonged to the Interstellar Alcohol Conglomerate. Conglomerate? I hope I'm pronouncing that correct. And we moved into the catch to find our new home. We mostly lived out of FAT6P, ratting, drinking, and learning the ways of drunken fleet combat. It was like moving from a small, rundown town to a post-apocalyptic Las Vegas, where we were now under the employ of the gang running the city. We partied, raided, and ratted, and all was good. The Great War, 2007-2008. In the Great War, IAC joined forces with the Red Swarm Federation, going head-to-head against Band of Brothers and MC Fix. It was a time of great heroism and struggle, with countless battles in the regions of Quercia and Catch. As capsuleers, we stood shoulder to shoulder, defending our homes and carving our names into the history of New Eden. However, in the middle of the war, the corporation I had convinced my friends to join left IAC, and we soon were drawn back to my old home. Living in the Outer Ring, early 2008. In early 2008, my friends and I moved back to Hain and reopened Metag. Not long after, we joined the Purge as a member corporation and moved to Outer Ring with dreams of taking space of our own in 0.0. Though this was short-lived, it was a great learning experience. For reasons I can't exactly remember, the Alliance disbanded not long after we joined. The Empyrean Age, mid-2008. 2008 was a busy year. When the Empyrean Age expansion arrived, I saw an opportunity for Metag to become battle-hardened with the release of faction warfare. We proudly joined the Federation, beginning our journey to liberate and defend our space from Kaldari aggressions. However, we found many of the mechanics needed massive improvements to make life in faction warfare manageable for small corp. With interesting warning, we started to look into moving back out to 0.0. Mostly harmless, late 2008 till 2010. We joined a corp belonging to Mostly Harmless in the north, enjoying the spoils of ratting and exploring the newly released wormhole space. I have fond memories of looting from POSs that had run out of fuel, as many owners would lose their way back to their wormhole when this area of space was first revealed. This was a relaxing era in my EVE history, and I have good memories of Mostly Harmless and the friends we all made there. However, I desired to return to faction warfare and led a corp dedicated to being a Galente's junkyard dogs. The Call to Faction Warfare and Rise of X-Meta, 2010 till 2013. Returning to Galente space, I partnered with a friend, Coder Fastili. While he managed the industrial might of Metag, I found Mecha Enterprises' fleet to bring fire and fury to our enemies. X-Meta joined Velour Accords and unleashed devastation on the Kaldari in Black Rise. We were relentless, and our pride as Galenta warriors knew no bounds. Fighting alongside brave comrades to secure our freedom provided me with valuable insights into fleet commanding. If you have the heart of a Galenta, then you understand. To fight for freedom is to fight for glory. We were a hardened group of bloodthirsty killers. I have fond memories of leading ex-meta and still wonder what could have been. The Goonswarm Party era, 2013 till 2020. By 2013, I joined Goonswarm, just after the end of the Fontaine War, an epic story of once allies, Test and Goons becoming bitter enemies. Having attended many real-life parties that were hosted by Goons, I had made a number of friends who convinced me to join after many a beer. It was hard to leave ex-meta, but my heart was no longer in running the corporation, and I felt it was best to hand the reins to someone who could continue the fight for freedom with renewed passion. In the end, I think this was the right choice, as ex-meta went on to create an alliance called Fed Up and even held space in 0.0 for a short time. Fighting for Goons, I learned what it meant to be part of a powerhouse alliance, mobilizing fleets and experiencing large-scale warfare. Witnessing firsthand how alliances like Goonswarm could create content and inspire loyalty deepened my understanding of nullsec conflicts. I partied with Goons for the next 7 years, taking a few short breaks, the longest being in 2019 when I spent a year pirating the high seas of the Black Rise region. I had found a good home in Goons and stayed a line member throughout my tenure. I fought on the front lines of our wars, ratted in my super carrier, and went to a ton of parties. But I found myself desiring a return to faction warfare, and I wanted to make something of my own again in EVE. During this time, I became an avid reader of the EVE media and started to dabble in streaming. I had the idea that I could create a corporation and stream our activities for all to see. I wanted to create a corporation that focused on activities that needed less OPSEC and had little at stake in case of stream snipers. Faction warfare seemed to be the perfect fit for this new corporation. I also had the desire to create a podcast called the Federation Frontline Report that would tell the news of faction warfare from a Galenta point of view. No matter where I roamed, my heart remained with the Galenta. So in 2020, I returned to my old home of Hain to prepare for my next journey in EVE. Okay, I need a sip. I think this is the longest sent-in story, to be honest.
Just remember to the
Breathe.
microphone is under your MacBook, so you're muffled.
Okay.
Yeah.
Technical problems. In October 2020, I returned to Black Rise and rejoined the Galenta militia. I could take it off. Okay. Is this better? Charming. All right. In October 2020, I returned to Black Rise and rejoined the Galenta militia, launching the Federation Frontline Report podcast to spread our message of freedom, strength, and resilience. With my co-hosts Nightflyer and Samson, we rallied the militia, interviewed pod pilots, documented our battles, and brought the truth of faction warfare to all of New Eden. We would go on to create the Federation Frontline Report, Corporation, and Federation Frontline Alliance. However, after having a few beers with Alec, the leader of the mercenary organization called Noir, he convinced me that joining forces with him would be the best move. Their plan was to use faction warfare as an activity to sustain them while they were between contracts and had sided with the Galente. Mercenaries, Havoc, and the Galente cause, 2023 to present. In 2023, we joined a network run by Noir, a mercenary corp with a long history of excellence. It was an honor to work with such professionals, but even among mercenaries, my heart beats for the Federation. After the release of Havoc, the network shifted loyalties and joined the Goristas Pirates. However, my loyalty never wavered. My oath to the Galente was stronger than any contract. So we rejoined the Federation Frontline to continue the fight, honoring our Federation and ensuring that our ideals remain a guiding beacon for all capsuleers who believe in liberty, equality, and justice. So that is the story of Frozen Fallout, our second finalists for the FanFest giveaway. John Ackery says, now my story length now feels inadequate. Let me check and catch up on what you guys are saying in the chat. Yeah, okay, we moved it. This is a very rich one. That's why AJ chose this one. Yeah, and next year we will be writing them in the verse. Okay, cool. Sounds good. Sounds like a plan. Okay, so that was number 2. Okay, I will not do that because you guys can hear that all the time. I'm drinking, by the way, Latvian champagne. I feel like I'm home in Latvia. The finalist number 3. Drum roll, please. I'm just here for your next guest. Well, I was about to say who said there are guests, but I did, didn't I? All right. So, well, luckily, everything puts itself in the right places because Gralki almost spoiled this one. But the next one is XX Jan XX. That's also, I think, a pretty long story. Goddamn, I didn't think this through. Coding that laptop is kind of hard. Okay, so the next finalist, XX Jan. This one was actually voted. This was the voting, one of the voted in stories that got into the final because you guys wanted it. All right, XX Jan is from Shadow Legion and Seriously Suspicious Alliance. Going amazing. Thank you so much for the follow, Peakster. Welcome to the ship show. All right, so the story. I don't know where to begin, but I guess I'll start from the beginning. I'm afraid to admit, but I broke the terms of service for the game when I started playing at only 9 years old. I'm really sorry, CCP, but I'm of age now. I used to watch my father play EVE Online practically every day. One of the first memories from EVE Online was when my father yelled at me, which was actually before I started playing EVE. It was in 2008 when my dad, in-game name Dev, was doing level 4 missions in Highsec. He just recently acquired his brand new Raven Navy issue. For him, it was a huge deal. I watched him in AVE blitzing through level 4 missions, and every now and then he let me activate the missiles. What a thrill that was. Long story short, because I know I'm gonna make this long, I remember specifically my dad went to the bathroom and let me finish the mission. I ended up killing all the NPCs and then got bored, so I locked up a wreck and decided to shoot it. All of a sudden, massive Concord fleet showed up and blew up the Raven Navy issue. I immediately started crying and Dad came rushing to the laptop, getting angry and yelling. Safe to say, a key memory for me. Fast forward to 2009 when I started my character. My dad was a director in one of the oldest EVE corporations, EVE Defense Force. Of course I joined and he helped me skill up into the ships quickly. I never had the rat or mine for ISK. He always helped me out with it. So all I did was PvP, I took out ships I had skills to fly for and went into blazing fire. I died and cried to my dad for a new one. This went on and on. I remember the last time we read the story, I pointed this out as much as love as possible, but I think this is one of our EVE Nepo babies talking here. That comes from me, that's not in the story. Anyways, this went on and on. Of course, I also did some stupid stuff. I got kicked from the corp first time because I shot the blue, and because of that I ended up joining another corp temporarily until my dad convinced the directors to allow me to return. Did I forget to mention I have an older brother? Yeah, and he plays EVE too. In-game name Biggie. He dared me to shoot jump bridges every time before I jumped, then and after it. For those unaware, as soon as the structure got damage taken back then, EVE mail was sent out instantly. This resulted in over 200 plus EVE mails sent to holding corporations in Fatal Ascension at the time. And yes, you guessed it. I got kicked again and the story repeated. I joined the random corp again, constantly PvPing and shooting anyone I came across, until yet again my dad convinced the CEO, shout out to John McCready, to let me join back. My brother wasn't a fan of nullsec life at the time, so he wandered on his own around wormholes and whatnot. One of key moments was when I told my brother where exactly our corp mates are crabbing. giving my brother bookmark for direct warp-in as well. My brother and his in real life schoolmates came in quick PvP ships and blew up some of our corp mates. That was awesome. Start of Shadow Legion X. My brother started the corp on his own when myself and dad were still in EDF. He did his own thing and joined the Renter Alliance, where he and his IRL schoolmates became a PvP powerhouse. 5 to 10 people, by the way. It was bad. Eventually, Def made the condition he will join only if Biggie steps down from CEO and lets our dad run the corp. Obviously, you figured he would let him, and that was the real start of SLX for us. We stayed in nullsec for a good while, and not many stories to tell. Went from the Renter Alliance to Why So Serious, which was the first major nullsec alliance for our corp. Our numbers grew, and we were your standard corp. From Why So, we went to Tribal Band to Li3 Federation, where at the age of 13, I started FCing. We stayed with each alliance until the very end, loyal corp you can call. After Li3 disbanded, it merged into the Bastion, an Imperium alliance, as was Li3. That's where I started my real career, FCing more and more. I was a real squeaker at the time, but for some reason people loved my fleets. On average, I always got 30 to 50 people in my fleets and we went roaming. Mind you, I got the corp kicked 3 times from the alliance for, of course, nothing else but fucking up. Shooting blues and scamming a blue unintentionally at the time. I was still a kid at 13 to 14 years old, okay? Give me a break. In mid-2016, when the first World War B happened, I stepped up in the coalition, running up to 250-man fleets. Mostly Scepters though, but it was real fun. During that time, FCON decided to leave Imperium and go on their own. Because various corps followed them, so did we. We stuck with FCON until the last bitter end, living in Immensia and Tenerife, with FCON leading to Phoenix Federation Coalition. There I grew to a full FC, even getting paid for it. And since I mentioned getting paid, did I forget to say I loved to gamble? Even EOE poker was at its peak. Me, dad, and brother would play EOH poker all the time. And of course, when Somer Blink came alive, I played lots of raffles. On one sudden afternoon, when I finished school, I finally checked my phone. Phone was blitzing with messages. Jan, you won 50 billion ISK. Oh my god. Jan, pause. We will put the 50 billion ISK towards building my Leviathan, and I will keep flexing your accounts. Yes, it was my dad. Anyways, with that ISK, my dad was able to build his first Titan, and he let me keep 15 billion ISK. I blew all the ISK away on the blingy ships, primarily Officer Vindicator, that I lost in Tama 5 minutes later. Fun stories. Where was I? FCON. The Alliance got wrecked by Triumvirate during the Immensia War, and due to leadership being inactive, the Alliance collapsed. I can't believe I almost forgot to mention this. The best moment and memory in FCON. One casual day, PL Blob's hunters were spotted in Intel. I knew they dropped like 20 to 30 Black Opses, so idea was simple. Go crab with carrier, have Sino ready, and the fleet ready on a Titan. Luckily, my dad had a Leviathan. I have 100 people formed up in a Ferox fleet on Titan, Sino ready, carrier ready. I was praying for Hunter to find my carrier, and oh, they did. Proteus, decloaks, lights, Sino, more than 30 Black Opses from PL drop on me. I decloaked an Arazu to tackle 5 to 6 Blobses and lit the Sino. Dad, open the bridge. Open bridge on Titan. Silence. Oh, fuck. Yeah, he jumped the Titan instead of bridging. He starts screaming loudly. I quickly tell backup FC to take over and burn fleet. I jump from my chair, sprint to the living room, and look at my dad. He was shaking and staring at screen. Like really, really shaking. He couldn't move. I quickly told him to move as I got on his laptop, aligned the Titan out, and waited for Bubble to go down. Quickly warped to a safe spot while stalking in comms. Luckily, an Alliance member in system had a POS in system. Quickly typing in POS passwords and inviting members to fleet, I warped to him and landed in the POS. This all took about 10 minutes, whilst being chased and tackled by PL Blobs. Right after the PLFC opens convo with the Titan pilot saying, "You're lucky we didn't have the Titan bridge to get the Dictor in. Otherwise, you would be dead. I finally exhaled a sigh of relief, stood up, and looked at Dad. He's leaning out of the window and chain smoking on his third cigarette. I pat him on the back and tell him, Dad, it's okay. It's saved. Anyways, FCon collapsed, as I said. Let's move on. Due to the good relations we still had with the Bastion, and specifically Carneros at the time, my dad secured us a spot back in the Bastion. They were situated well within the Imperium and had their own space next to in it. We moved back, and I was reinstated to a full fleet commander. There I did a lot of fleets, both coalition and alliance-wide. Dropped my first dreads, supers, involved in the biggest battles in EVE, such as when I flew my dad's Levitian in X47L, the biggest battle in EVE, and got no, I'm reading wrong lines, and got primaried. Luckily, I survived in 30% shields left. Space violence, SIG in Goons was great at the time, and I have seen a lot, from killing carriers, dreads to fleet fights. Unfortunately, Bastion didn't pay me as an FC, so I crossed over to Kendar Zebra Corp to collect juicy Goons paychecks. I get paid from down at 5 bill up to 15 billion ISK per month for running 30 to 50 fleets every month. It was best times I've had. After a year, I sadly got kicked because I had all my alt still in SLX, our real corp, and they weren't a fan of it. Fuck, knows why. Long story short, WWB2 came, Fountain got steamrolled, we got forced into Delve, game got really boring, and we joined a Goon wormhole SIG to continue making money. This was awesome. Being in a C4 wormhole with C3, C5 statics is for everyone. Me and my brother both went there, and after a long time of convincing, we convinced Dev to join us as well. We all got taste of wormholes, the risk and excitement. Also small scale PvP. So much more fun. Huh? Wormholes. We ended up leaving Imperium to go live live on our own. We acquired... Didn't I just read it? No. We acquired our own C4, C3, C5 statics along with my brother, and we anchored an Asteros. This was in 2020. I was in an Ortrus and my brother in an Oracle. We waited for the Citadel to anchor, and the very next day a group of 15 bombers tried to blow it up. We successfully defended it and killed the bombers, securing our home. Over the span of the year, we joined the Wormhole Alliance Beyond the Breach to have some protection and join fleets for Pew Pew. ISK was great, PvP was fun, but we craved more. A lot more. At this time, we decided to move into a C2 with the nullsec static. Leaving Bob, we started our own corporation, along with INOU, Inevitable Outcome, who was a close ally. We got the taste of a content hole, C5 statics for wormhole brawls, and nullsec static for blobsing, brawls, solo PvP, nanorealms, and whatnot. To this day, we still live in the same wormhole, and I could go on to tell so many more stories, which I am more than willing to, should anyone be interested. But I'll run them down short. We almost got evicted by Parabellum, who brought 200-man Paladin fleet. After this, INOU parted with us to go live in a C5 whilst remaining allies. At this point, we were also allied with Sinde for protection. When Sinde and Hogs were started, roughly a week into the war, we decided to flip sides and join Hogs, helping out where we could and winning the war. At the current time of writing this, we are at the best state we have ever been in game, owning several C5 and C6 wormholes for crabbing, daily PvP content from Black Opsing to kill capitals and supers, brawling in C5 statics with heavy armor battleships, ganking incursions, runners, nanorealms, ESS fights, and so much more. We even started our own New Bro corporation for people interested in wormholes. Safe to say, we're glad to be where we are, and playing together with my dad and brother has been more than amazing. However, I've never been to FanFest yet, nor has my brother or dad. So if I get to beat them before they do at going to FanFest, despite brother playing for 17 years and dad for 20, that would be really, really cool. And as always, hope you enjoyed the read. Happy to answer any questions or speak more on my story, as I probably missed so much. Signed, Jan. That was also a long one. Okay, let's catch up on the chat. I have only one screen today, so I'm a bit... He's the mastermind. I don't get PvP shakes in the moment, but the instant that combat is over, I can barely hold the mouse. I have it other way around. I always get jitters right before, like when we are even before we undock. I get super excited. Okay, so what did we feel like? What did we think of this one? I need a sip. I need water or something, or champagne, all of that. You know, it's a lot of reading. Somehow we all have chosen the longer stories, which makes sense, to be honest. All right, 2 more, and then we're going into the 2024 recap. This is also probably a long one. Hydra-Card Astros is the finalist number 4, and Hydra-Card was, I think, also voted in. No, yeah, voted in by you guys. That is one heck of a story. I remember, like, it feels like when it starts off, it sounds like the first Nepo baby. Like, I don't know if the first one, but like kind of a Nepo baby, you know, of Eve. All right, let's go with the Hydra-Card Astros. Is anybody from who we're reading? I know I saw Barth, but is anybody else in chat from the finalists today? Okay, let's read it. Let's go. Okay, let's go. Hello, Sid. A journey from solitude to family. My EVE Online story. There was a time when I felt lost in the vast emptiness of space. I had no real purpose in my gaming life, just drifting through various online worlds with no lasting connection. I missed the thrill of exploration, the vastness of sci-fi universes, and the sense of achievement that comes with overcoming challenges. Then, one day, I found EVE Online. At first, it was just me, mining in high sec, running missions, and thinking that I was making a fortune. I was pulling in 3 to 8 million ISK a day and thought, I am rich. I was blissfully ignorant of what the universe truly had in store for me. That was until the fateful day I lost my 40 million ISK Punisher ship. I was in low sec, buying some cheap ammo when I was ambushed by another player. That loss hit me hard. It wasn't just the ISK. It was the feeling of being helpless in a game that I thought I had started to understand. I was angry, frustrated, and at the crossroads. But instead of quitting, I took it as a lesson. I needed to adapt, to understand the deeper mechanics of EVE. I realized that high sec level 2 missions weren't going to make me rich. So I ventured into more dangerous waters, trying my hand at ESS robbing. But as fate would have it, I lost a 20 million ISK stabber in the first attempt. At this point, I was more than just mad. I was confused. I needed answers, so I did something I had never done before in EVE. I reached out to the player who had destroyed my stabber. To my surprise, the player responded kindly. He explained that he was simply protecting his ratting ISK. Through our conversation, he suggested I try my hand at nullsec. I took his advice and soon found myself in a new world, a world where the stakes were higher, but the rewards were greater. And that's when everything changed. By chance, I met Sternme, a fellow player who took me under his wing. He taught me how to make real ISK through ratting and industry, and even suggested I start producing ice blocks. Every time I was stuck, he was there with a helping hand guiding me through my trials. Thanks to him, I began to see EVE not just as a game, but as a universe of endless possibilities. But it didn't stop there. I found a corp that felt like home, a family, more than just a group of players. 0.0 MD became my refuge, and the members my support network. Insufficient taught me the art of small gang fights and brought me along on thrilling raids. Gabber helped me navigate the complexities of planetary interaction, and I still reach out to him whenever I hit a roadblock. Mina, my favorite, always provides boosts when I need them, making sure I'm ready for whatever comes next. And Ender, the relentless Moon Eater, never hesitates to invite me to his fleets. Then there's JJ, who buys all my gas no matter how much I have. And the heart of it all, our CEO, directors, and parliament members, who have been nothing but grounded, patient, and incredibly supportive. They've taught me what it means to be part of something bigger than myself. The bond we share is more than just gameplay. It's a sense of belonging, of working together, of growing as a community. They've shaped my EVE experience into something I could never have imagined. The friendship, the guidance, the laughter, it's all real. Now, there's an opportunity I can't pass up. EVE FanFest. It's a chance for me to meet the people who have made my journey in EVE so meaningful, to thank them in person for everything they've done. But there's one obstacle. I'm from India, and the cost of the trip would be equivalent to 2 years of my salary. So I'm hoping with all my heart that this giveaway will give me the chance to travel to and finally meet my EVE family. To look them in the eye and tell them how much they've changed my life. This isn't just a game to me anymore. It's a community, a family, and I want to express my gratitude in the only way I can, by being there with them in person. Thank you for considering my story. This was a great story too, says Grolk. It really captures the butterfly effect promo video. Yeah. Who are the corps and all? Oh, you want to know the corps for this one? The corporation is massive 0.0 Massive Dynamic, and they are in Pandemic Horde. It's a Pandemic Horde story. Same, I remember in my pirate days recruiting new bros who accidentally jumped into my camps and got ganked on day one. Some of these people are definitely writers. Some put like days worth of work, you know. All right, we have 4. We've gone through 4. We're gonna read one more. And then we're gonna move to the 2024 recap. Because I have some people waiting impatiently to also talk, besides just me. All right, the next one is Johan Ekeri. Applause, please. This one is also one of the ones that got voted in. So one of the public favorites. Let's see. All right. Johan is from Gildenius Vanguard Corporation and from the Initiative Alliance. And the story goes, I never would have thought I would leave the United States, but I had an amazing opportunity when plans fell through for a friend, and he asked if I wanted his plane ticket to go to FanFest. From there, in 2023, I made the journey to hang out with some nerds. Money was tight, and I've been trying to save for this year's FanFest, hopefully. However, I ran out of money midway through the trip in 2023, and it was very sketchy for a bit. However, it was worth it to meet some of the coolest and chill place nerds ever, and get to drink with them. Just as a story from my FanFest experience. As for who I am Johan, but many people know me as Caesar. I've been playing EVE consistently essentially since I started playing, going nearly 5 years now. I'm a CEO, FC, and in-game self-proclaimed broke man. I play the game to be an FC essentially, taking great enjoyment in leading nerds to die and shoot things, hunting things, and just wanting to have a good time. I've made many friends and equally as many enemies in the game, but there is no other game out there I can confidently say that captures the magic that is EVE. There is so much more I could go on about, but if you read all the way through, you have my gratitude and best wishes. If anyone would ever want to talk in game about anything or Discord as well, I'm more than open to it. Best regards, Johan, CEO and FC for Gildenius Vanguard and the Initiative. That was the finalist number 5. Legasp. Yes, Johan. Oh, that's you, Johan. Johan? Is that the Johan? Are you the right Johan? Are you the Johan we just read? Yes. Oh, we have Johan also in the chat. Congratulations. All right, so these were the first 5. And what we're going to do now is we're going to take a little break from the FanFest giveaway. And we're going to look at the recap that I mentioned. I'm gonna refold these already because we're gonna need to put them afterwards back. You missed it. Oh no! XX Yan is here. XX Yan, we just read your story because you are one of the finalists. We just announced the first 5. So maybe, do you guys want me to reread everybody? We have Yan, XX Yan. We have Hydrocard Astros from India, as we just read. We have Frozen Fallout from the Frontier Frontier what? Well, Frozen Fallout. We have Parthenon, Solete, and we have Johan Ekeri. Those are the first 5 finalists. The other 5 we're going to read after. Again, in a very random order. There is no meaning to the order. So, grab a drink. We're going to now switch on a little presentation. Let's see. Let's hope my laptop survives the battery. Woo. Okay, you can see I'm not used to this setup. I'm sorry. Should have done it maybe. Who knew Nepo babies would be so popular? Oh yeah, Jan, you missed it. I was calling you our Eve Nepo baby. Because your dad was paying stuff for you whenever you kept losing things. How could we not vote against a 9-year-old losing his dad's CNR? Dober is sipping port, sip, sip. I was waiting for the stream, then PvP happened. I was busy. I almost fell off the fleet right now. Well, you see, that's the thing. Eve comes first, no matter what, right? All right, I'm gonna try to look who also is joining us here, by the way, in case you didn't see. We have a little Fedo. All right, so let's see. We have a presentation going, and I think AJ is gonna switch us into a new overview in a bit. All right. I have no idea if this is working as intended. Yes. All right, so we're gonna go in, we're gonna go through some of the, basically some of the activities that I found over on Skillboard, on Eve Twitter, either I saw myself experienced. We have one related to my stream, one related to other things, but most of them are related to in-game activities that basically were made happen because of capsuleers. So I kind of titled them depending on what they were. I didn't really try to be funny, but sometimes I was like, I'm not 100% sure if this is the one biggest fight or that sort of thing. So for those who are, take it with a grain of salt. We're gonna start with the most expensive death of 2024 up until now. For full disclosure, above this one, before I show it to you, above this one there were 2 AT ships. Honestly, I decided we're gonna exclude AT ships before I even looked for it, and that was a good idea because I think we're gonna have a good story. So the most expensive death. What was the most expensive death of 2024? Does anybody can maybe, Johan says croissant, Azrael's. Can anybody make a guesstimate of how much was lost in ISK before I open it up, maybe? I see that already you guys are like guessing the ship, so I'm not gonna even ask. Johan thinks he knows what's on that presentation. Well, I hope you don't know it all, so that would be kind of boring. Okay, Strange Lane says 1.5 trillion. It was 1 kill with the skill injectors. I would say 900 billion. Parthenon says 1.5. All right, let's see. It was 883 billion ISK lost. You can see, I hope you guys can see well, but if not, in either case, AJ is gonna share immediately the Skillboard link for it as well. It was the croissant, it was the Azariel. So the 883 billion, what did it come from? It was 12 billion was in high slots, 17 billion in mid slots, and low slots was 80 billion. The rigs were 268 million. Cargo contained 19 billion. Fuel base 705 million. Fleet hangar 1.3 billion. And of course the ship. The ship was the most expensive thing, which was 750 billion. A fun fact, it had 8 officer modules that were in the ship. The ship was owned by Brave, by Sergeant Matthew from Therapy Corporation, from Brave Collective. And it was actually also killed by Brave. On a day, they had like 102 capsuleers involved, and it took place during the Pirate Day, which is a yearly Brave event. So that's kind of a fun thing. We will watch a little video that I found on YouTube, and after that, we actually have 2 pilots from Brave that are going to join us. And first of all, they're going to tell what they know about the most expensive death. And we're going to have a little chat of what's their top 2024 moments as well. All right, let's play the video.
Now you're ready to sail for the Horn. Way, roll and go. Our boots and our clothes, boys, are all in the Horn. To me, rollicking randy dandy, oh. Heave a pole, heave away. Way, roll and go. The anchor's on board and the cable's all stored. To be rollicking randy dandy, oh. Soon we'll be warping her out through the locks. Way, roll and go. Where the pretty young girls all come down in their frocks. To be rollicking randy dandy, oh. Heave a pole, heave away. Way, roll and go. The anchor's on board and the cable's all stored. To be rollicking randy dandy, oh. Come breast the bars, bullies, heave her away. Way, roll and go. Soon we'll be rolling her down through the bay. To be rollicking randy dandy, oh. Heave a pole, heave away. Way, roll and go. The anchor's on board and the cable's all stored. To be rollicking randy dandy, oh.
No? Yeah? No, I don't know. I think the tech is fixing it. I can't hear Quinn and Yerda yet, so we're gonna have the two, the sound. Barton
We
also...
couldn't hear you.
Oh,
So
I could. Well, now you can. Now you can. I can hear you. You can hear me. Maybe AJ will also switch the scene, so we're not looking at the next category, but actually you guys. So, all right. So, Quinn, Yerda, do you guys want to introduce yourselves first?
Yerda, you want to go?
I mean, mine would be pretty simple. I'm in this guy's corp, and I'm usually at the top of the Z-kill, keeping his entire corp alive. No, I'm joking.
A little bit of sassiness didn't hurt anyone, so keep it up.
True. I'm Quinn Mumba. I am CEO of Rational Chaos Incorporated within Brave. I also happen to be on Brave's FC team. I am the capital and super capital warfare specialist, so to say, on the team.
All right. Welcome, officially. Welcome to the ship show. So the most expensive kill, I think one of you was there. Did I understand that correctly?
Yeah, I was there.
Tell us. What happened? What's the story behind it? Because I was trying to read a little bit about it, but I felt like there was more.
Elvis was trying to lose that Zerial for at least a few weeks. Like, he was throwing that around everywhere, I'm sure. Like, there was a dread bomb.
He put it on a wormhole at one point. Like, literally at 0 on a wormhole with hostiles on the other side.
Yeah, per Odin's call.
And it survived somehow.
Okay, so like I have a question. Who hurt him? Why? Why did he? Why was he? Why?
It's just how
his entire goal. Yeah, his entire goal was to take it out, have fun, and he was actively trying to be the first person to lose an Azariel in combat in Eve. He got it. I think it was like 3-4 weeks after the patch first came out. He got it real quick.
All right.
Yeah, poor Allah. I remember just after that dread bomb, he lost his 51 billion-esque Bane, because that was officer fitted to the max.
Oh yeah,
And yeah. So he brought in the Azariel, literally just after the Bane died, and Allah, who was the FC and military director at the time, he said a lot of words that couldn't probably be repeated on stream, but it generally went to get that thing off grid now. So,
Okay, but was he also?
Elvis is.
Go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead.
No. Go ahead.
I was just going to say Elvis is a little bit crazy. Brave has a SIG called YOLO Caps, where if you opt in to join it, you can actually go and just put your cap wherever there's a bunch of like-minded people you can talk to. And sometimes it kind of turns into a bit of an echo chamber of yes, go do it. And the pilot of that Azariel was one of the people who listened, shall we say.
I mean, I lost my dreadnought in that. It was a HAW active tank, so when dreads dropped on it, it died in like 8 seconds. So,
So, was it actually the first one then destroyed, or did he?
the
miss it?
Azariel.
Yes,
Yeah,
it
was
was.
it?
I checked Zkill earlier.
Yeah.
There have only been 2 that were lost, and the other one was well after. It was the first Azariel lost in the game.
But to be fair, does it count? Because it's kind of like, when I'm saying I want to get the PvP kill and somebody stands in front of me and like, okay, shoot me now.
Well, he
so-
had the Shikamahiquin. He had the Azariel on the sun on Pirate Day for 21 hours. So whenever someone says, "Oh, you just killed it," because yada yada, it's like you had ample opportunity to drop him with like 20 dreadnoughts or like 40 dreadnoughts or 200 redeemers and come out easily as positive. I mean, Horde was right there.
They literally have dreadnoughts staged in NPC Delph, fully in range. Decided not to commit for it. I don't know. They could have killed the first Azariel in the game.
Yeah,
So-
that's also kind of a thing for you guys, right? You got both the first
Instead,
death and kill.
we killed our own Azariel.
Yeah.
That's a small
What you gonna
detail.
do?
So when I was like, we were just at the sun shooting, trying. Some reason that Azariel tracked really well. Managed to nuke my sacrilege. I've got bloomin'. I was very upset with that. And someone comes charging in, like the scene from like Lord of the Rings where Aragorn comes in, and it's like the biggest of Minas Tirith. He comes in, and he's like, "Horde are forming. Get that thing off grid now," sort of thing. And then Elvis is just like, "So, like, I want to kill." So it's kind of like everybody. We're just having this discussion with the guy, and the guy's just out, untethered, just whatever. And then Spicy comes in, and Spicy says, like, if you want to lose the Azariel, at least warp it to the Keep Star so that whatever drops, we can absolutely obliterate it afterwards. So he's like, yeah, okay, I can agree with that. So he warps it there. And then we heard that Zigam was forming for it. And everybody just kind of slowly cringed because we were like, oh god, do we really want to give Zigam an Azariel kill?
I could actually speak to this one. That was actually discussed out of game as well. And the decision was made that if anyone's going to kill it between us or Zigam, it's going to be us, if I remember correctly. So,
It's the pride.
yeah, that,
It's because, I mean, we'll get the first Azariel kill, not Horde. And a few moments after the Azariel died, Zigam's Eyes alt, which is called Brave Standing Fleet, very creative. He came into system, and the local chat was basically the equivalent of the scene in Braveheart where, like, after the arrows are shot and they lift their kilts up and show their the rear ends. We were all in the Keepstar just showing our rear ends, going, "Way!"
I mean, it makes for a good story in either case. I'm actually, like somebody in the chat just said, and I agree, like everybody just thought that it's probably a bait whenever it was left anywhere. So, you know, besides the fact that in Eve you have the rule, like, never miss a bait, but still.
Yeah, for some reason, I'm probably going to shoot myself in the foot on this one because I've benefited from it plenty. But people seem to not realize how weak Titans actually are in the game nowadays. When it comes to, like, going up against subcaps, they've been nerfed into the ground, honestly. And anyone who knows their way around Pytha can figure that out. It's really hard to kill things.
But the thing is that nobody would just randomly, I mean, apparently they would, so keep an eye for the next big ships, you know, coming out and randomly hanging at wormholes. But nobody would just randomly have ships like that standing somewhere without reason. So, and no one really expects that it's the reason to be killed. So, it's a bait. That's the first thought.
We had people who were, like, saying, like, has he got cancer? Like, why is he doing all this? And the main reason is just because the guy wants to do it. Like, it's the fucking game. Like, you can do whatever you want in the game.
Yeah, he just wanted to be the first person to lose an Azariel in the game. It was his way to leave a mark on the game permanently.
But it was very early on still, so it was still a thing.
It makes complete sense.
Yeah, but it's still, it makes sense when you say it, right? But when you're seeing and then, like, it's happening, it's like, that can't be. There is something fishy here. Like if I'm, like, even flying towards it, I'm dead, or you know.
Yeah, no, exactly, yeah.
Nobody just believes in it.
The higher-minded people of Eve were like, lol, meta guns. He's massive noob or something like that. And we asked him, it's like, why do you have meta guns? And he's like, it's got better tracking than T2. And he's like, well, if you're spending that much on an Azariel, why don't you get faction? And he's like, I don't think he liked the Concord, and the domination faction guns were like too few in stock or something. It was hard to get, basically. So meta guns it was.
All right. I want to ask.
I mean, to be fair, at least. Sorry, go ahead.
No, go. I was about to move to a different topic a little bit, but go ahead. You still have something to say about it.
I was going to say, at least he has an excuse to have meta guns in his Titan. I still have beams in my avatar, and the entire reason is I've been too lazy to swap them.
Yeah, I mean, like, as somebody that's been playing Eve for a year and a half at this point, with like a couple of months break in between, like, I'm actually lucky enough that I've seen Titans somewhere. What I think NC wants to undock them to show them off for me, which is also weird on its own as a story. But I have no idea. Like, I'm far from sitting in one, what to fit on it. I don't even look at it. I'm just like, okay, they exist. Let them exist. They will never undock around me anyways again.
I've been here since 2020, or 2019. One of the years, and I'm only in Dreadnoughts so far. Like, I'm nowhere near a super.
I mean, for a while, I had my skill board only consisting of supers, because I managed to go to all. That was before I discovered the jitters and the excitement of PvP. But it was some GM day and some other events, so I had only supers and CCP people on my skill board. I was considering leaving it at that, because it was the most epic skill board ever. But, you know, I had to go ahead and ruin it by starting to do PvP and dying and that sort of things.
Yeah, the only CCP kills I have are Titans. CCP.
I can relate. For the first year and a half of actively playing the game, my kill board was like relatively accurate, and then I had to go and ruin it by jamming a Titan during a big fleet fight, and all of a sudden it was permanently green. It's never going to go red again.
I like this. Like, I had to go and ruin my skill board, whatever it means for somebody, but I had to go and ruin it. So, guys, like, it's the end of 2024, right? Like, this was like the most expensive death that I found, and I didn't even realize the first Azrael kill. But what I want to know, it's going to be like 3 questions, but we can go one at a time. Like, I would like to know, what is your favorite 2024 memory of in-game memory? What is maybe most exciting thing for the Corp, and what is most exciting thing for the Alliance as well in 2024, according to you guys? So maybe we can start with for yourselves.
Actually, how about we have Yurda go ahead and do all of them in one go? Because for me, they're actually all tied in so closely together.
Okay, we can do that as well. Yurda, are you good, ready for it?
What was the second 2 questions?
So the first one was, what is your favorite either memory or moment in EVE from 2024? The second one was, what do you think is maybe more exciting or important or anything for the Corp? And the third one is for the Alliance within this year.
God, 2024 is just kind of like, I mean, there was the catch thing, but we didn't really get that too bothered with catch. I would say, like, it wasn't 2024, but like my favorite moment was when, like, after 5ZXX, when the Fortizar died, one of the poor Chinese people, it was 4 a.m. at the time for them, must have fallen asleep, and we managed to bump his nicks off. And that's nothing too special, but what was special was the fact that the guy who got the kill mail for that super had been playing EVE for like a week. That was the kind of thing that I liked, especially with EVE. I suppose it's like seeing people go from 0 to 100 sort of thing. And for the corporation, I would say after we left Fade through certain circumstances, where we were set up in 0A attack, and it was we were really planning on doing some great things there, and it was sad that we had to leave. But when Goons left Delve, we joined. Well, I immediately messaged Quinn. I said, "You better be getting RCI type VL." So getting RCI in RCI is probably the best thing the Corp has done. I'm gonna get I'm gonna get like 50 mobile depots and put RCI above the above the gate. And
what he doesn't realize is that we had already had that in the works for like a week or 2 by that point.
I'm sure Quinn has a better thing for the Alliance, because he's a Brave line member is the last person to know what happens in Brave. Like, everybody else knows. So,
well, the thing is also, it's very personal for a lot of people. Like, for somebody, it might be that the fact that, I don't know, a funny Alliance mail was sent out, right? And it has no meaning in the bigger picture of the Alliance, but for somebody, that's like the favorite memory. I don't know, I'm just coming up with something, right? So that's why I like to hear that from your perspective as well.
I'll have to come back on that. You'll have to go with Quinn. I'm trying to think.
All right, we'll give you a couple of moments to think about it. So, Quinn, you have a story that ties in everything.
Honestly, so much has happened, right? And with the roles that I play, all of my personal memories are normally like the Alliance stuff and the Corp stuff, and it's kind of hard to separate them. That's part of why I tried to have Yurda go first, is I needed some time to think. In terms of personal for the year, actually, Yurda, was my stain whoopsie this year, or was it technically last year? I think it was in January.
No, it was this year. It was the...
Okay, good. So, during one of your stories, you mentioned that sorry, you read off about someone accidentally jumping instead of bridging their Titan.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Let's just say that is a rite of passage for Titan pilots, and unfortunately, I met mine in Stain without a single blue structure within, I think, about 6 jumps, no safes in system on a hostile Fortizar grid. Thankfully, Goonswarm already had their fleet in, so Brave was able to just hop onto the Dracaris Titan and catch a bridge, while people recklessly burned over to get me a safe to warp to. Unfortunately, the next Titan that jumped instead of bridge, from my understanding, within Imperium, paid the price for it. But I got lucky. As for the Corp, I think I'm actually going to have to agree with what Yurda said. Just the fact that now our system name is literally a Corp advertisement is just absolutely amazing. And it's a nice little system. Please don't come and farm us. We there aren't too many of us. It's not worth your time. The people who were already doing it are already doing a good enough job. But it's actually been great for us. We had been taking our time trying to figure out where to set up in Aquarius after the move. We were just focusing on getting our stuff sorted out, making sure the line members were situated, all that stuff. And of course, the move to Delve came out of nowhere for everybody. We had almost zero notice over the line members compared to a lot of things. So we were just thankful that we hadn't actually committed to somewhere and started dropping structures and all that other stuff that goes along with picking somewhere to live, because it was just the perfect option. As for the Alliance, there are so many really good things to choose from. I mean, when we were chatting with you and AJ during tech prep, I mean, I didn't even remember that Perimeter and all these other things were actually this year.
Don't
It's just
spoil
been.
things. No, I'm kidding.
I did.
It's okay. It's okay. There's no
didn't-
spoilers. We all experienced everything, but that is true. Nobody remembers most of the stuff that was this year.
There's just so much to choose from. So I'm not going to choose a single thing. What I'm actually going to say is probably my preference for what's happened this year for Brave. That's the best. Is just the sheer amount of capital content that we've gotten. It has been an absolutely amazing year for our cap fleet. Like we went from people being scared to undock them because we didn't really have many sitting around after all the moves we had to do with World War B2 and all that. And then we get down here, we get situated, production lines get started up, a couple people buy them, people start YOLOing, awareness happens, and then all of a sudden we have one thing after another that allows us to actually use them on grid, and our numbers have just not stopped climbing. It's been amazing.
Exciting.
I just remembered, was Abazon this year?
Yes, Abazon was this year. Both of them,
Yeah.
actually.
Yeah. The first one was quite good for us personally, because we won, because I think Alterari sent Wallywork feet picks, and that allowed them to drop like 300 dreads on Horde. So we managed to kill Sandrin Stone's alt, Big Dick Asimi. Quinn really enjoyed doing that. He was like, yes.
Oh
keep killing
yes, oh yes. If you recognize the name, he actually is a former director of our corp that decided to take a bunch of the members and go form his own corp because the CEO at the time had gone AFK. And I'm actually one of the people who had to pick up the pieces and put it back together. It's been a long run. It's been a long run.
But yeah, the second part of Avison, I lost my dread, rest in peace. But I moved to Azurn, and now the Zern's like my favorite ship. And I remember Shattered having trouble like keeping his outside alive, so he like jumped in a fax to rep it, and then they dropped.
They kept trying to gank our outsinos. It was fucking hilarious.
Yeah, so they got in a nano super to try and kill Shattered's fax, and he just like managed to warp off, but he warped at like 100 or something, and then he managed to warp off again. And just hearing Shattered's comms while this is happening was just the funniest thing.
If I remember correctly, we were actively trying to get Dreads to disengage an Amazon and jump to it, because the server was so broken during that fight that people, weren't actually checking everything. They were just trying to jump, and people realized after the fact that they had actually jumped with like 25% capacitor or with their red timer still active. Like the server was just completely broken. It was nuts.
I mean, I would like to see how I perform in that situation, because I'm just like in Amazon. There's some magic with me in Amazon. I don't die there. I don't know how.
The thing with Dreads especially in like 10% tie-dye, it's very simple to use. You basically just, the only complicated thing is just to make sure that you're at like 0 meters per second, otherwise you will drift off into fucking Narnia. And it just like wait until you're at 0, siege, shoot the person in the face.
Yeah, that's one of the really nice things about Dreads. You can. I'm sorry, go ahead, Yurda. I wasn't trying to talk over you.
As per usual. Basically, just don't be in a nag or a Moros, and you'll have a good time. You'll last long enough to not get primaried after like 2 seconds. I think Jinx had that.
Can vouch for the nag bit. Shattered and I actually. Sorry.
No, you go. The Shattered thing's funny.
Okay. So Shattered actually had 2 test surplus and Aglfars still kicking around in asset safety from World War B2. And he decided that we should get rid of those and pulled them out, handed me one of them for Amazon 1. We learned very quickly that Naglfars are not viable anymore when both of the Dreadnought FCs got nuked within about 30 in-game seconds of us jumping in. It was nasty. Like we literally loaded Git Grid, broadcast 1 primary, it died. Broadcast the 2nd primary, I died. And then Shattered followed like literally 2 minutes later, IRL time, even with the absolute max tie-dye that was going on.
Oh.
Yeah, I just remembered another Dread Brawl that happened. It was Q52. Oh god. It was over in Athenor in Q52. And the thing that was funny about it was during the entire fight, there was a random new bro in a Vexor just mining rocks in the middle of the entire thing. I think somebody got a good picture of it, but like, I can't. You'd have to go back in the archives.
That was a while back though, Yurda. That's
yeah. That was
pure blind.
Yeah,
That's like
Yeah, that
2
was like
years
2
ago. Come on.
Yeah.
Well, that's the thing. Like, the time is kind of strange because, like, a lot of things that happened in 2024 feels like they were 2 years ago or 5 years ago, and then there's some things that happened 7 years ago, and everybody's like, "Wait, that happened?" No, it feels like 7 years ago. That happened yesterday, essentially. So
I would say the
Yeah,
funniest
I mean,
thing
like-
in 2024 would be, you're doing it again, Quinn. The funniest thing in 2024 would be the blooming when Asher announced in the State of the Union that the entirety of goons were deploying to catch, and then not 40 seconds later, Gobbin sent out a ping saying, "Hi, yeah, we're moving from UTAC-U to 1P." Took him 40 seconds to announce a retreat.
all right. We do have to like wrap it up because we still have more guests waiting that wanna, I think, talk as well. But we might, like, if you guys want to share more memories, you can. Also, just FYI for the chat, if anybody else wants to jump in and share your things, ping AJ, Iduleon in Discord. But yeah, Dan, Quinn, one last thing before I let you go. What do you guys wish for everybody in EVE for 2025? The hard
Honestly,
questions.
we hope to join you in Fleet. We hope to see you in Fleet. Join Brave, join RCI.
Hope good.
And if not, you know, come fight us. We'll happily shoot you instead.
Yeah, everybody's deploying to NPC Delve.
Yeah.
We
God,
like
it was like
The trend continues. Gargoons, let's shoot Brave.
plugging in a little Corp and an Alliance promo, I see.
Of course. Why not?
Yeah, it's always good. It's always good. You have to take your... I'm a marketeer. I'm always like, take your chance whenever you can.
I'll have to end with this always has to end with when Brave says goodbye, but the state of Brave is strong.
Yep, that's it. Final word. We'll talk to you later.
Right, bye.
All right, then. Bye. No, but in all seriousness, thank you guys for sharing your 2024 moments and talking about the most expensive death as well, which was within Brave. By Brave, within Brave, basically. All right. Happy New Year, guys. And I'll see you somewhere around New Eden.
Thank you very much.
All right. Then we can go to the next... category. Can we call them categories? I don't necessarily think we can call them, but yeah, let's call them like that. So I don't know, can you guys see everything on the screen as intended? Wink wink, tech support. So the next one is the most lost BP host. So when I was roaming Skillboard, I found this and I found that kind of ridiculous. So let's go and take a look at it. What exactly happened? What was the most lost BPOs in 2024? So it was exactly 1,990 blueprints that were lost, which was in total 264 billions. It was lost by Firaxis Stormwolf. That's the character from Among the Shadows. It happened somewhere in September 26th. And I mean, okay, just FYI, I did have to count because Skillboard didn't give me a total amount of the blueprints. So there might be like one or two on and off, or, you know, never know, because manual labor. But 1,990 blueprints? Why? Why? How did you even have that? Like, I was scrolling through that Skillboard. I was like, whoa, that's a lot. It happened in Geth. So 0.6. But yeah, no, it's in my opinion, this is kind of like, what? I didn't get a hold of Firaxis, unfortunately, so I don't know the story behind this. Maybe, yeah, somebody says RMD already replaced, honest. That's what also AJ was saying. But in either case, you know, it's still the most blueprints lost in one go. So, yeah, someone used a hauler for blueprints. It's suspicious. It's suspicious, but it's okay. It's still funny. Also, I find it like a nice number because that's my birth year, 1990. I'm a young 18-year-old, right? Didn't comment on this before. We stepped away, but this guy gets it. I hope see you in Delve soon. Friends. Okay, there was something that I missed in the chat. Like, I'm sorry, guys. I'm like a little bit not very much on top of the chat, what's happening, but I'm trying. All right. Let's see. We have another one. Next one is the most wholesome fight. The most wholesome fight of 2024. It was fairly recent, so I'm wondering if you guys can guess about what this is. The keyword is wholesome here. War is on the horizon. I still have a Monty and a cover Sino in the area. I feel like, is there like battles forming? Honestly, like I while you guys are typing in your suggestions about what the most wholesome fight might be, I was thinking what I wish for everybody in 2025, and I might get angry people. Like I might get some angry at me. But probably not, because remember when we were in FanFest, I kept asking everybody, what would you rather have, conflict in your home system or peace? Forever conflict or forever peace? And majority chose conflict. And I've realized with my recent endeavors and, how do we call it, my recent excitement into PvP, that I genuinely wish for all of us more conflict next year in EVE. More wars, more conflict, more kills, more lost ships, more fun, more adrenaline, more like the jitters, you know, the EVE jitters. There will be for sure. Yeah, wholesome. Me fielding only festival launchers in a cruiser duel against Magical Geek. More conflict is more stories, more entertainment. Praise the great reset. Yes. I'm hoping. I have high hopes on the big reset. Also about the Magical Geek Grokey. That I think also happened last year, right? Where maybe I should tell a story after the wholesome fight about the Magical Geek and Grokey and me. So, anyways, let's go. Like, the most wholesome fight. Like, I saw there was the Frigates for All as a guess, but no. So the most wholesome fight of 2024 was the Hurricane Charity Brawl, where various alliances, various corps brought in hurricanes, and it was one hell of a fun with about 1,400 plus ships killed. And during the time, it was also the moment to raise some money for charity for the hurricane fund, and E-players managed to raise $2,500 plus more than that during this. So I thought that was really great thing. It was a wholesome fight. It was for a good reason. Not that other fights are not for a good reason, but this is for an extra good reason. So that's what I thought was a good wholesome fight of 2024. God, I was there. I got primaried at the very start and sat watching the entire thing in a pod. That is kind of sad, Gralky. Probably would have happened to me too, but yeah. The pictures, by the way, I got from CCP, from EVE Online Twitter, so I unfortunately don't have any reference who made them, but whoever made them, great photos. Yeah, it was fairly recent. It was very, very recent. CCP did. That's the CCP pictures. I assumed as much, but just in case, I don't want to take credit. It's credit where credit due. Somebody made great pictures. But yeah, it was glorious, Kylie45 said. Like, the thing is that I was maybe a bit, so I'm a woman, you know? We are really good private detectives. Like, nothing will go unnoticed with us. So I tried really hard, and okay, maybe not that hard as, you know, a 16-year-old girl that has a crush on somebody, but I tried to find where did it happen exactly, and tried to find, like, I wanted to get the skill board information a bit more on this, but I didn't. So if anybody finds, or who Gralki was there, so if anybody has a skill board link on this, and we can look at maybe a bit more data, that would be very, yeah. That would be really cool. I completely missed that as well. Yeah, me too. I would have loved to join this as well. Like, I completely missed that it was happening. I am honestly, I also feel like I don't know really. I don't have enough information of how the money was being raised. What was the raising money activity? Like how you could donate. I would have loved to be part of this. So honestly, let's try to do more of this kind of things in 2025 as well, right? Why not? It wasn't Zarzak. Partners, hello. Yeah, so that was one of the things. So before we, like, maybe somebody can find some skill board links. Yeah, we have Gralki's there. Let's see what we have. We had around 1,000, yeah, 400. No, we had around 1,552 pilots involved. Here it says 509 ships and 350, so a bit less than 1,000 ships lost. The 1,400 ships lost is from CCP, so it's from the EVE Online Twitter, so that's the information that's coming from them. So according to Skillboard, what I see is that the total loss was around 90 million or trillion? I think million. No, that can't be 90 million. 19 billion. 90 billion. It definitely is not million. 90 billion. So yeah, pretty exciting. Before we go into the next one, let's see what the chat says. Is that the wrong one? Really? I didn't even look at what it is. I just looked at the date. Okay, that's the wrong one. Apparently that's not the right data. Oh well. Oopsies happened. I was about to. Oh yeah. So while we're seeing if somebody else can find the right skill board, we have. So I remember, but I think it happened last year actually, in November. Magical Geek was organizing some sort of an activity where you had to, if you could kill him, you got a mystery box, or you got a ship or something from him. Like there was a giveaway. And I think it was after our crazy little tipsy crawl around with Crashnaps and Gralki. It was very late in the night and I decided, let's do it. I'm gonna join. And I'm a noob. I'm less than a half a year noob at that point, if I remember the timelines correctly. And me and Gralki are like, we're gonna surprise everybody. So behind the scenes, me and Gralki are like fitting the ship. Gralki fitting more than me. I'm just waiting till Gralki is gonna fit the most epic ship to like, you know, kill Magical Geek, surprise everybody. The new Bamiomia is gonna do it. We're both so excited about it. We fit the ship. I'm going in like the most confident ever. And he has changed his ship. I don't know what happened exactly. I died, but I put up a very good fight, for surprisingly good fight. Everybody was in, you know, kind of surprised of like how this noob did it. But I think we never told anybody that in behind the scenes it was actually me and Gralki in cahoots about it. But I still died. Sadly enough, I still died. Sad story. Fucking up in fashion today. And the Can Geek Pulse just happens to have the shape that has hard counter for what you built. Yeah. Oh, tell people about your Loki skills. Well, I mean, we're not gonna put all the stories in one moment, but I actually have so many cool EVE highlights this year, and I have two that are kind of in the same level, and one of them is me discovering that I actually have Loki skills in a fleet during LAN party. So, hell yeah! Anybody needs a Loki kill? Call me, hit me up. All right, but meanwhile, we do still have to run home fronts, yes. And by the way, talking about my Loki skills, I'm planning to do a stream in January where we're actually going to analyze what I did for learning purposes, because we have the recording, so it's all good. Yeah, I see that Partanen is kind of upset because I had to take a little holiday, Christmas holiday, and he had to get a second orca now, and he needs to make money. All right, next thing. The next one is the most expensive fight of 2024. So the one with the most is lost. Any guesses in the chat of what was it? How much? How much of the loss was it? Gonna move a little bit. I hear strange sounds. Do you guys wanna? Getting dread bomb. All right, let's just go ahead. And the most expensive fight was between Fraternity and the Initiative and Snuffed Out. Fraternity lost 2.5 trillion plus, while Initiative lost 1.1 trillion plus. In total, there was over 600 ships lost, 104 by Fraternity, 537 by Initiative. And we had over 1,000 capsuleers involved, 611 on the Fraternity side and 536 on the Initiative side, and Snuffed Out. We do have a video from this. It is a little long. That was Grolky's doing. That's my boys. Yeah, so we have a video. I think we're gonna put up the video, and maybe AJ can put it on like some speed version of playing, because 13 minutes might be a little long. We're gonna watch it. Meanwhile, we're gonna do a little tech check and everything, and after that, we're gonna have Init joining in to talk about it. To talk about the most expensive fight of 2024. So let's go and watch the video.
Guys, here's what's going on. We are bigger bait. We're going to kill Titans, okay?
Align back.
All natural and technological processes proceed in such a way.
Go, Sammy, go, light us. Unlock holder.
In all energy exchanges, if no energy enters or leaves an isolated system, the entropy of that system increases. Energy continuously flows from being concentrated to becoming dispersed, spread out, wasted, and useless. New energy cannot be created, and high-grade energy is being destroyed.
We are shooting the Azarian.
Endless growth is
Titan Azarian. Everything in revenue. Arabs of the is gonna be the next one. Fuck. Alright. Queen of Spades. Queen of Spades, from a geek.
The fundamental laws of thermodynamics will place fixed limits on technological innovation and human advancement. In an isolated system, entropy can only increase. A species set on endless growth.
Alrighty, I think we're back. If all good. Well, we're seeing the next, again, the next category, but that's okay. That's okay. So we have Gralki and Johan and somebody else surprise visit joining us from Init. Hello, guys. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we could hear you.
Hello, I can hear
Hello.
Gralki. Hey, Johan.
Hello.
Hi. Welcoming, guys. Let's start with introductions, nevertheless. So, take the floor.
We'll let the big boys go first. Joanne?
Well, I appreciate that. Can you guys hear me? Am I coming through okay?
Yes, loud and clear.
I'm one of the FCs for In It. I'm involved with a bunch of stuff. I'm so sad that I wasn't part of that drop, but it was so late. It was like 4 in the morning or 5 in the morning when it happened, but it was just afterward when I woke up, I've never been so sad in my life when I saw what happened. Yeah, I mean, I'll let the other guys get introduced because I'm just sad now. I'm remembering.
So we absolutely know your least favorite memory of 2024 right now.
Yeah, Gralky, if you want to go next, it's all good. But yeah, I mean, that was one of the things that it's like, the fear of missing out was strong. The FOMO was very strongly felt that next morning.
Can confirm. I think I was just getting out of bed when I seen the kill mail being posted. So yeah, I can certainly appreciate how you feel on that one. But yeah, hi guys. I know you've all met me before. Gralky, I'm part of Tigrad, also in the Init. I'm just one of the line members. I've got no real responsibility within the alliance, but my main forte kind of lies more in the Eve out of game sort of stuff. You've probably seen me talk a lot of shit on the forums and in streams, talking about Eve Leeds, Eve Manchester, Eve Amsterdam, and most recently Eve London. So kind of more of my favourite moment is more the out of game shenanigans that I was getting up to at Leeds, not Leeds, Amsterdam. So one of my good friends that I actually met at a previous Eve event, Oaken and Nolan, who at the time was a pilot in Horde, was messaging me whilst I'm in Amsterdam, drunk out of his mind, saying that he was bored and ratting in a Nix. So I decided to see what kind of content I could send his way. So there's a few brave guys there. So it actually started showing them the Discord messages of this guy ratting and how bored he was. So they taken it to their alliance leadership, and within minutes I was called a spy. A bit of a recurring theme there, but you know. Deg, I'll hand the floor over to you.
So hello, do you hear me?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, I'm Degel the Heckard. I'm part of Livonian Bear Slayers corporation, also director there.
Joe.
And also, yeah, Latvian Latvian corporation. We are only Latvians there in the corporation. Also one of the Init FCs, a little bit lower rank than Joan, of course. But yeah, sadly I wasn't part of that drop as well there. Yeah, that's about it. I don't know what else to add.
Well, so none of you were there, but you've heard the stories, right? You probably know more than me anyways, because I rarely know anything. So do you not have a bit of a backstory of that fight?
I think, Joanne, you're probably going to be the one that's going to be most in the know on that one.
We don't hear you, John.
Sorry, was me.
Oh, that's AJ. That's AJ.
Oh, that's it. Silenced by the tech, of course. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Cancelled.
Okay, so I have many contexts to this. It's been for the longest time, for a year and a half, 2 years, honestly, or well, for a super long time. It's been in NPC. In NPC Gemini in range of Frat for a extended period of time, always whaling them, always doing stuff. I mean, I used to be a FC for Fraternity way back in the day, and the way that Init was operating and the way that Init had done these things in the past is what attracted me to Init in the first place way back when. But I mean, Init has done these types of things every couple years, or like intermittently every couple months. We get really lucky. We plan together. We do these types of things. I mean, this one was a little bit quieter, but I mean, you saw the amount of people that were there. It was just the amount of planning that goes into this type of stuff and moving all this stuff into range and hoping that you can get exactly what you want. I mean, they got everything they wanted. They were, I think CCP called it short of like a a super cap royal flush because they almost killed every single super capital that is in the game that's a faction one, and it's so sad that they didn't get the last one. But I mean, it's one of those things where if you have the ability to go to, you always want to go to, because you never know when you'll get the opportunity to have that type of fun or that type of fleet. Also, I apologize by the power of the sun right there because of my house. That's not God. That's just my window. I don't know how it's set up. I apologize if it looks really bad. This camera, I quite literally had to rip this camera from my younger sibling's room. So if it looks weird, I apologize. But
it's okay. In the Netherlands, we haven't seen sunlight for weeks, and I think probably in UK, Gralky also has forgotten how it looks like. So,
yeah, I think the last time I've seen would have been in Amsterdam. Would have been the last time I've seen the sun.
Yeah, I see the sun very, very, very regularly here. But no, just so that I don't go on too much of a tangent. I mean, it's one of those things where you're like, this is Eve, like I was there type of a situation. It's just, I'm sad I wasn't there. I'm so proud of the boys of what they managed to accomplish there. Like any drop is a good time. Any blops drop on anything, any kill is always a good time. It's a certain type of play style, right? It's not for everyone. It requires a lot of patience, but it always pays off.
Anybody else wants to add anything on the fight?
Other than the obligatory, I wish I was there.
All right. Well, okay. So, I mean, that was quite, I mean, it looks like it was the most expensive fight. But what other great things happened in 2024 for you guys well, let's start with the Alliance, with the initiative.
I mean, Gralky and Deg, I don't know if they have anything to go off of because, like Quinn earlier was saying, since my position as a bit of a higher FC within NA, I have a lot of the stuff that are memorable is like, oh, we've done this fight, or we've done this type of stuff. I mean, if they have anything that's a little more grounded that they want to talk about, that's more than fine. I can go afterward.
Well, probably for me I'm not in it for a really long time. I pretty much joined after B2 collapsed as one of the corporations that left B2 and joined in it. I think there are only like few corps only joined, so that's probably one of the best decisions what we did as a corp, because Init is in my opinion, one of the best alliances at the moment in terms of how they communicate, how they do the stuff, and all the no drama policies and all that shit. That's one of the best homes for now, for me at least.
Are you obliged to say that when you join? Is that what's in the contract?
Not really. We had obviously we had option to join Brave or join Init. And we lean towards Init because they are more focused towards PvP, and yeah, we highly, respect them. I'm not saying Brave is bad or anything like that, but yeah, Init is just a little bit on another level, in my opinion.
Gralky?
Greece?
Oh, sorry. Go ahead if you want to say something else.
Yeah, I mean,
recently.
It's fine.
Yeah, I wanted to add like one member he was renter in NC. And he recently joined to us because there was some stuff happening there, and after like 3-4 days, he said Init is one of the best alliances. Like, it's not a joke.
I think it's they just don't tell it to us, but I think it's in the contract. They have to say that. If you want to join, that you will always have to say that. All right, Gralky, take the floor.
Yeah, I do have to kind of echo what Dick Lady was actually saying, that the culture in it is just something completely different. I mean, I've not done large nullsec any kind of content in quite a few years before joining Init. And prior to that, the larger the organization got, the more drama seemed to go on at a corp involvement with the alliance level, and it would just get very toxic, especially if you started losing territory. But for me, again, like I was saying earlier, a lot of my favorite moments this year was more the out of game stuff. So I was talking about the shenanigans, trying to get one of my friends killed in a hostile alliance. But for me, like, one of my favorite moments is more so about the friends that you actually make at these meets. Not too long ago, I actually had a friend who I'd met at a few different meetups over the last year message me on Discord and say, look, getting bored with my alliance, what's in it like? So I started giving them a bit of background about my own personal experience. Within a day or two, I started getting more messages from other members of that corp messaging me. So I then put them in touch with our alliance leadership team, and they've recently joined the alliance. I'm not going to go naming who they are, but I'm pretty sure that's going to be common knowledge by now anyway.
Maybe not. Let's not spoil things. No, but actually, Gralki, what you were just saying, I wanted to add, like that's called Diplo. That's the diplomatics. They always happen out of the game.
It's actually really funny you say that, because I was actually at the EVE London in November, and I actually got to meet some of my own corp members there. And they're like, why don't you do recruitment? I was like, trust me, you do not want me to do that. Like, why is that? It's like, my first question is going to be, are you a spy? And if they say no, I'm just going to kick them.
I mean, essentially,
I just don't take the game seriously enough. That's the problem.
I think essentially everybody is a little bit of a spy. So
the spies are the friends we made along the way.
Yeah, sort of, kind of. So, what has been the most exciting thing for you guys this year for each of your corporations?
I mean, I'm cheating because I'm the CEO of my corp, right? But I would have to say the one of the most exciting things that we've done as a corp is, I mean, we've done plenty of birthday roams. We've done plenty of just going out and having fun as a corporation. I mean, the most exciting thing we probably did recently was my own birthday roam, where I completely threw away a whole battleship fleet into the dumpster. But it was fun, even though we didn't kill that much. It was super fun. People had a lot of fun. They enjoyed it. And at the end of the day, the game is about making, undocking and having fun, right? Because otherwise, what are you doing other than ship spinning, right?
That's true. Anyone else?
It's not so much that I can actually say, because there's a bit of time zone conflict in this one, but I know Tigrad has started getting very active with Black Ops around the Cloud Ring area, so I know they're having a lot of fun. I'm sure they would actually say that has been the highlight of their year.
So I actually have something in regards to Tigrad. I don't know if I'm still being able to be listened, but Gralki, Tigrad actually gave me intel about one of the kills of Rorqual that we caught the other day.
Cool.
Norwal ended up DMing me because since you guys have been out there, they passed along some intel to me. They were like, "Hey, there's this guy. He's mining. We have some stuff close. We have some tackle close. It's like, but we don't think we can kill him." I'm like, "Okay, I'm gonna use my magic space power." And we had 100-man fleet roll up into like a couple jumps away, and we ended up killing this Rorqual that Tigrad ended up giving us. Like, I always appreciate when people will just DM, not even just me, because I'm not that special. We have plenty of FCs within in it that the line members will just be like, "Hey, we've got this thing over here," and it's like, well, do we want to go do it? Yeah, sure, let's go. Like, it's one of those things that I've always enjoyed about in it, and just like the way that the corps interact with each other and work with each other. It's just like it's just seamless. It's like glue. It's one of the best aspects, honestly.
Like one of the first things that I experienced with T-Grad in particular is Schvo's fleets. This guy would just log in, and before you know it, there's a ping going out saying, "I've got a dread tackled, like at the other end of the galaxy, just getting kikis. We're going to go wormholing, and we're going to kill the guy." And he'd do this like 4 or 5 times a day. He's just like, "How does he find these guys so fast?" but we're not going to go leaking that intel.
Go ahead, go ahead.
No, Schvo absolutely was one of the other. Schvo was an absolute monster with this type of stuff. I mean, his name is he's one of the he's quite literally one of the boogeymen of Eve, and he's one of the people that encouraged me and taught me how to do those types of fleets. Like it's one of the best things to ever come out of T-Grad, I will confidently say.
So, what about you, Deglady?
As a corporation, we are fairly small corporation, I would say, and don't have really that memorable moments but since we are fairly new to the init, but we have worked together with some of the corporations, for example, with Templar corporations, and when the Skyhooks came out, we joined forces and we went robbing some Skyhooks. But nothing really memorable for now.
I mean,
Hopefully
joining in it probably is memorable. As a corp.
that's already before already said so.
Still a highlight for 2024 then.
Yeah, definitely.
Do you guys actually have any meetups in Latvia?
As far as I'm aware, not really. But we are planning a corp meetup probably next year.
So I have to come over and organize something.
Well, we are chatting about making, but since a lot of the actual Latvians are fairly far away from Latvia.
Yeah,
that's the biggest problem.
I can imagine. All right, well, while we're with you, then
we're planning out.
Maybe one day. Christmas time, that's the time, right? When you should do that.
Next year summer.
Yeah, oh,
definitely.
Okay. Good to know. I'll keep that in mind. I'll ping you. Maybe you accept some spies into your corp meetups.
Maybe.
So about yourself then, what's your, I mean, you were very excited about joining in it, but what's your, is there any other highlights of the 2024 for yourself from Eve?
Not really. There's nothing really memorable. I'm trying go in Johan's footsteps and trying to get some content as well, but yeah, he's really good at doing that stuff, and yeah. The biggest problem for me at the moment is how kids at home, so limited time to play, and I have passed, I think, 2 Oracle kills to Johan.
I just do things. I just exist and do things. I mean, I would say one of the biggest things that everyone, that Gralky and Deg and myself can agree on, that's one of the most exciting things is the upcoming reset, without a doubt. As an FC, yes. That it has to be one of the most exciting thing. I have never seen so many people so happy. Anyway, yes, now you get to find out that I'm Spanish. That was my mother. Hello. It wouldn't be a video game without an interruption of some kind. However, yeah, it's the reset. It's just, there had always been jokes about it in the back end, but to know that now it's actually coming to fruition with the game being in the state that it is, it's just one of the most exciting things to look forward to. Now we can literally just, it's that meme where it's like, oh, we're surrounded. Great. We get to shoot in every direction now. We don't have to aim.
Yeah, one of the problem is like I'm forming sometimes Thrasher's fleets with autocannons, and the biggest problem is now my tactics already are known, and the Fraternity or Pandemic Horde will always jump and try to get me on the gates with smart bombing Titans or something like that, and it's not enjoyable anymore. So there will be more ways to do it. One of the actually memorable contents was actually killing one of the Vargurs in near fraternity staging, like one jump from Forte Cage with 20 thrashers. And we were killing him for like, I don't know, 5 or 6 minutes, and no one actually came to rescue him. And we slowly, because his cap charge ended up, and then he died only. That was fun times. That Vargur was worth like 6 bill something. Oh no, 3 bill I think. But that was fun time.
That's the most important thing. Was fun. We forget about the bill now, but if you kill it, it's good.
Yeah.
I'm actually trying to think, when was actually the last time there was a sizable alliance in Nullsec who had no blues? It's definitely a long time ago.
So
It's definitely been a long time ago, yeah.
So, explain for me, the especially dumb, and maybe somebody else in the chat. So the whole reset, does that mean there's not going to be any more blues? At all?
To quote Dark Shines, Father Shines, the overlord of Init, if he can help it, we will never have blues again. If he can help it, we will never have blues again. And it's one of those things that, and it's really lucky because there's alliances who are well off. There's alliances who can stand on their own, but have to occasionally work with a lot of people. And it's one of those groups that, outside of the large blocks, has always been like extremely like competent in what they've done and how they've been ran and managed. And it's what allowed us to make the move in the first place. And then the rest of Nullsec and the other blocks followed suit with after Shines' proclamation of the Great Reset. So it's good to see that Init's the one that's putting their foot forward, and then other groups are following with.
Exciting. Kind of exciting. Can't wait for it. All right. I lost track. Did we have? I know Grelke already talked about the events. Did Johan also said no, the personal stuff, right? Grelke, you had the events, or do you want to go more into that on the 2024?
I think I've covered most of my real life shenanigans this year.
All right. Anything you guys want to add before I ask you for what's your kind of like 2024 wishes to other EVE players?
I've got nothing I want to add. I don't know about the guys.
Yeah, me neither. I don't got anything unless Deg has anything that they would like to add.
Not really at the moment.
All right. So then what do you guys wish to all the EVE players in 2025?
A lot more carnage. I want to see like a wider free-for-all environment around, especially in Nullsec.
Yeah, I share Gralke's enthusiasm that I hope that all of the capsuleers, that their undocks are many and explosions are many as well.
I would probably wish for everyone to get every capital or super capital kill on their belt.
Oh, powerful.
Including faction ones.
Okay, that's a powerful. I mean, with the reset, maybe, who knows? Oh, we have giveaway from Grelke coming in. I don't even have my game running, Grelke.
It's okay. I contacted to you about an hour ago, talking to AJ.
Then we have to figure out how to do this now. Maybe the tech spec. No, the tech spec says you can't do it now.
I can already answer that. I've actually asked that whoever wins the tickets to FanFest gets excluded, but any of the other finalists gets potentially full set of skins.
All right, so that's for the finalists.
The market
then.
as well. It's worth roughly around 2.6 bill. So.
All right, so that's for the finalists then.
Yeah.
One of the finalists will get. All right, cool. All right, then we'll do that in the end. Okay. Well, thank you guys for coming on the chat. We'll probably speak to Gralky a bit later as well still about the finalists, because Gralky was a big part of it even taking place. Without Gralky there was no FanFest giveaway, to be honest. So he will be back. But Johan and Degwadi, thank you guys so much. I wish you that you also get your kills, the Super Titan kills, and a lot of carnage and a lot of excitement next year.
Thank you very much. 07 guys.
07 guys.
Thank you.
All right. Meanwhile, we can go ahead for the next category. Let's call it like that. Let's check what the chat actually is saying. Tober was asking about the reset. Well, no blues. We just discussed it. Yeah, so no blues. So from the January on, apparently the plan is to reset all the Alliance blues to non-existent. So it should mean that we have a way more fun. But all right, let's go. So we have now the next one of 2024 is the deadliest system. Can anyone make a guess of the deadliest system in 2024 in New Eden? What could it be? Hiya Queen will be gentle with brave. I'm expecting Alliance pings for PvPing being way more frequent than it already is. Well, I think Init is always busy. I know Gralky is always saying you're busy. Peakster says Jita, Second Blue says Abazon, Gralky says Jita, Pardon and Abazon, Daddy Deep says I guess Udema, Pokemon Central. There are some correct ones. So drum roll please. It is Abazon. Abazon is the deadliest system of 2024. Just like a quick, announcement. I don't know what's happening in Abazon because whenever I go through, I YOLO it through, and I miraculously survive while everybody else behind me dies. So if you ever, I can't protect anybody else. My magical Abazon aura doesn't protect anybody else. I think I've died once or twice in Abazon, but mostly I just get through it. I don't know what's the story there for me, but that's what's happening. So yeah, and so far in 2024 until basically yesterday's evening, there were 114,473 kill mails. There have been 15.4 trillion ISK lost in Abazon. Over 70,000 battleships destroyed. That's the most destroyed category in Abazon. The second highest one was with 52,000, if I'm not mistaken, and that's capsules. But yeah, battleships is the number one. And this year there was one quite. By the way, this data, I think, depending on how updated was Skillboard, might be excluding yesterday. And I know yesterday there was a lot of fun happening in Abazon. So, and yeah, in 2024 there was also a big event where 4.2 trillion ISK was destroyed in one day in Abazon. That's what I got also from Eve Twitter, actually. The story is that it is a low-sec shortcut to Amar. Yes, or the shortcut to Jita. If you are in Amar like I am. For me, that's the shortcut to Jita. But yeah, a lot of people do YOLO it. I agree with that. And they get big kills daily, indeed. I mean, yeah, it's there is no really way. You have, I think, maybe AJ can quickly check it for me, but I think if you go from Amar to Jita, it's around 56 jumps if you don't want to go through Abazon, and under 20 if you want to go through Abazon. There is, my little trick is going a little sideways to one of the neighboring systems first and then jumping in Abazon. But I don't know. I honestly, guys, have no fucking clue, but I keep surviving there. So, yeah, it's 45. Wait, 45? I thought it was 56. Tober says 60. Yeah, so probably from Amar. I'm always thinking, I guess from Angelin is 56. But yeah, it's quite a difference. And so the character that the top character according to skill board is I can't read it myself right now. You guys probably can. Is a Lizon. So keep your eye out for Lizon when you're in Abazon, because yeah, Lizon is very busy there. And top alliances within Abazon is the Abazon Prime and the Initiative. So I'm not quite sure if that's meant. Well, I assume it's by the kills from skill board, not just by deaths. So you keep seeing Initiative a lot. Like Initiative has been really active this year. If you're looking at a lot of stuff and data. It's a big difference in the route, enough to make people risk it. Absolutely. Barteren says 47. So lateral edge, that's a good question. So we have, I think AJ has the link to share. I don't know if we managed to get the link because it was very hard to like filter the data. So that's something that I would like to ask Skillboard as well, because it just says like as the top character. So I looked at the characters. So the character is of course killing. So that's also, I'm not quite sure if it's the kills or the ISK destroyed. I promise next year we'll have way more in-depth data. I will start preparing it a bit sooner. Yeah, no, we didn't have the link on the sheet, AJ, because it was very filtered. It was very hard to get it. Amiomi badgering CCP to get more detailed data. I mean, that's actually something I might do next year. Like, the problem is that if you want to get data, so I was getting the data yesterday evening, this morning. And if you want to get the data, you have to wait until the last moment. But CCP will not have time to do that on the last moment. Or, for example, Skillboard team also not. So I feel bad asking them in the last moment, like today. But if they would provide me, then it would be somewhere early December, most likely, assuming the holidays. So we don't have exactly the exact data. So it's the outweighing that you need to do. Crazy that Sid Loco or one of the EFs isn't the top character. Maybe one of the top three was. I just like grabbed the top one, top first one. All right, let's see. What do we have next? The celebration of the year. This is very subjective. So there were different celebrations, of course, over the year. But the one that caught my eye, and that was very early in 2024 in January, was the EVE University turned 20. No, not January, March 2024. And there was a really nice fireworks show, which was also very visually pretty. So that was the celebration of 2024. What was your guys' celebrations of the 2024? Bigger brain, you guys are still discussing the Amazon. Huh? That's a painful topic. I know. So yeah, this was the celebration, and then the next category we have is the most impactful battle. So it's the battle that had quite an impact on the whole gameplay, on the whole EVE, on the whole lore, maybe. I think we've mentioned it a couple of times today already, to be honest, because a lot of people don't remember that it was actually this year, and for many it feels like it was years ago. Cotton Meat says you've never been killed in Abazon. Have you ever gone through Abazon? That is an important thing, though. There were wars this year. I mean, things did happen this year, actually. Surprisingly, things did happen. I know, they feel like they happened last year or 2 years ago, but they happened this year. Alright, so the most impactful battle. I don't really know if it's the right word to say battle, but it happened in Iceland when the two studios were destroyed. I think it was somewhere, if I'm not mistaken, in March of 2024 as well. There were over 5,000 pilots in system at the time. Over 1,200 ships were destroyed and over 317 billion ISK were lost. But the most important thing here was that the 2 Sotios were, well, destroyed. It took place in Iceland, which is probably you've never... I think this is the only time, we were discussing this earlier, and I think somebody mentioned it now during the stream as well. This is probably the only time when those living in high-sec and really not going into low-sec, no-sec, or ever been into no-sec fights, got to experience tie-dye. So it's yeah. Barry Mater, Neon says. I was going to say the TTT keep was my favorite moment, then realized that was last year. Yeah, see, so something is wrong with the whole time spectrum. Let's see what the chat says. My bowhead is still parked up there from using it to help people reship faster. The number of high-sec people who never experienced tie-dye before was hilarious. Yeah, TDD happened and we slowly cleaned out the rest of the structures. Was the first for me. No, I have been in it. Yeah, so actually I was first when I was reading this, I was thinking like, wait. And this is the reason that like, because the time is so... What happened? I remember, but that was somewhere in the last months and I was streaming and like, there was also a tie-dye suddenly out of nowhere in my warp. I think that was the first time I experienced tie-dye properly, I think. Or maybe I've experienced it for the frigates for all warping in, but essentially, yeah. Still haven't experienced a proper one, sadly enough, because I wasn't around for this. The other really fun stuff was the people with negative sex status or bad Kaldari standings just getting randomly tackled by neutrals in the fight. I've only experienced tie-dye when it was a new thing. Yeah, so AJ is also sharing the Sotios battle-related kills that we found on the skill board. You didn't miss much with tie-dye. No, that's true. That's true. You don't miss a lot because, you know, you miss a lot of hair pulling because time slow. But BR had some big tie-dye. Yeah, but BR wasn't in 2024, was it? I know the time is twisted, but that twisted? Really? We definitely didn't help by bringing a few hundred storm bridges. If you were running more than a single client, the fight grid was the slideshow. Yeah, so, yeah. I mean, anybody wants to add something about, because like obviously I don't really know the full story here. But does anybody want to add anything? Maybe Gralki wants to. Gralki, you were there? Maybe we can activate Gralki again to tell about it a bit more. I like this. Activate Gralki. Yeah, I mean, it was like over 10 years ago. I think it was 2013 or something like that. I mean, Gralki, if you want, you can come in, but on a short one, because we have the next guest already actually about to be pending. BR was such a fest. I wish I would have experienced that. All right, I don't hear Gralki. AJ? Do we have Gralki in a voice still? Does he want to share on this?
I have him on.
Okay, if Johan could add more.
Yep, Joanne, are you still here as well?
I mean, everybody's muted by AJ.
I'm still here.
Oh, AJ has unmuted everybody.
I mean, you might be able to elaborate on this more, but if memory serves correctly, wasn't it because Init left the TTT agreement, and then all of a sudden that was it? We started declaring war on that particular group.
If I remember correctly, yeah, we ended up leaving the TTT agreement because for a lot of people that don't know, the TTT was basically like the only reason it could exist was because all the major groups had agreed not to touch it, since it was there was an agreement in place where everyone would get a certain chunk of change, and then Init pulled out, and then when Init pulled out of the agreement, we ended up, I remember we were deployed to HiSec for a couple of months, just killing a bunch of Pocos, reinforcing stuff. I mean, we still have the Fortizar and Perimeter that we base out of, and we even turned it into a market Fortizar, I think. But we after that, I think it was Imperium ended up as well pulling out a couple. I don't remember the exact timeline. All I know is that when the TTT happened, we pushed it really hard, and then after there was a couple months of just slow like reinforce. Oh, we got outformed or reinforce. Go again, get a fight. I think for this one specifically for the I think for the Sotillos in general, I think it took like 2 or 3 reinforcements of getting before we ended up getting a good timer on the structures. And by then we had disrupted the activity so much because when a structure gets put into a hull or even armor or no, it's hull, it loses its services. So it was always under threat, and that in the end, the last people, which was Horde, who was running the TTT, in the end they couldn't keep the services running.
Okay.
It was definitely a lot of fun just causing so much lag in perimeter.
Yeah, I'm actually wondering, we should have gotten some high psych people that have never experienced a tie-dye to share about the silly experience of like, what's happening? What was this? I've never seen. Why is my game lagging? Okay, but that's my perspective. I'm always the silly perspective on everything. I see AJ added Quinn from Brave.
Hi, I'm still here.
Yeah. Do you have something to say about this?
Yeah, so from my memory, most of Imperium wasn't involved with a lot of the early bits, but we did come in towards the end, and it was a lot of... It was honestly a lot of hassle for us because we weren't staged right there like Initiative was. We had to burn for every single timer. So yeah, we did have to cycle it a few times, and then the entire thing was such a mess day of. I commented in the chat, like we literally had like 3 or 4 bowheads sitting on that Fortizar to dump reships for people, just so that way we weren't having to deal with the session changes for the Fortizar. It was... It's some of the worst tie-dye I've ever been in. I've lived in nullsec for years.
No, I agree. The tie-dye that day was very, very, very bad. For these specific fights, though, I remember we were gating from, obviously, we're cheating because we were coming from Fountain, and it's like 16 jumps from G to the Fountain, right? But it was, I remember we ended up getting dropped by Snuff because we were gating our battleship fleets from Delve, or not from Delve, but from Fountain over, and we ended up almost having an unfortunate accident in low sec.
Yeah, for that final fight, the reason we had those bowheads there was we just gave up on trying to actually get ships there. We just bought a bunch of stuff on market and we're doing handouts. It's so that way we could just shuttle people up instead of having to burn, 30, 40 jumps every single time and risk getting dropped and not being able to make the objective. It was...
Yeah, we were doing
projection is a pain.
Yeah, we would actually have people reshipping in G2 and then send an FC back to go and collect them to bring reinforcements in on a few occasions.
It got to the point I remember we were telling people, we told people do not dock because if they docked, they were going to be stuck on the black screen for like an hour and a half.
Ooh.
It was bad. It was really bad. I think even at one point, Quinn, if you remember the earlier fight from when Frat was involved, I'm pretty sure the server even crashed because of the amount of people.
I don't think I was actually able to be there for that one, unfortunately. It was only the final one that I was there for. Gotcha. My schedule was a bit wonky back then. I think I was working nights.
I have Daddy Deep saying in a chat, it was a very good market day for him. I can imagine. All right, guys, thank you for impromptu jumping in on this one. Actually, we didn't realize that it aligned, so we should have maybe mixed them both together. But thank you, guys. Is there anything else you want to add about it before we go further?
I think it'd be pretty cool hearing Horde and NC Dot's side of events for that particular battle.
I mean, if you have anybody from NC or Horde in a chat that wants to talk about it or was involved,
or even Frat, I would say.
It's like, speak now or keep your silence forever. That's where we're at now. This is a good clipping moment because I said that and then I poured myself a glass of champagne. All right. It seems like, NC Parthenon is saying he got bad memory. So NC does get bad memory, so they don't want to talk, I guess. All right. Thank you guys for jumping in on this one. That was a good story, actually. We're going to go further to the next one because we are way past the time I thought it's going to take us to go through the whole presentation. I thought it was too short and how are we going to fill the time, but we're taking long. All right, we're ready for the next slide, my tech partner. I do not hear yes. AJ? Mm-hmm. Yeah, next slide? Okay, let's go. Let's go. So, the next one we have is the Rookies of the Year. I mean, to be honest, before we go into the Rookies of the Year, I want to say my personal subjective Rookies of the Year is the Exotic Dancers members that have joined. I want to give them a special clap and hearts, and they are my favorite Rookies of the Year. Since everybody is dropping in their shameless promo, I will do as well. Join the Exotic Dancers if you're a new player or if you are an experienced player. We need someone to teach us the ropes. And you can join also the HTTP, as we like to call it, Heirs to the Pleasure Hub Alliance to help shape this amazing experience. Anyways, that was kind of very shameless what I did here. But I wanted to give a special shout out to my corp rookies, basically. But Rookies of the Year is obviously the EVE Rookies. The EVE Rookies are there. Everybody knows the EVE Rookies, and they are the Rookies of the Year of 2024. For those who don't know, EVE Rookies, we'll hear in a bit from Xal Alderson about them a bit more, and I think she's going to go into more details about all these things as well. But when I asked for their highlights, she gave me a couple that were pretty interesting for them. First of all, EVE Rookies has been existing for 3 years. They celebrated their 3rd birthday this year. They also launched paid FC roles this year, meaning that their FCs are getting paid to, FC. They reached a really great milestone of 300 members in their Discord. Actually, I have to say, I thought it was more from how busy it is. Like, I actually joined this year as well. And it's always like so well populated that it feels like it's way more members there, which is really impressive because Discords are usually not that crazy active. And they also launched their first structure this year. And I think Xal is probably going to go more in detail about this as well. And they started their own alliance. I think it's a very, very recent thing as well with the alliance. But yeah, do we have Xal on the line? Wait, is there 0? Was it 3,000? Is it 3? That's what I thought. Like 300 makes no sense to me. Is it? Did you type me wrong or did I type it wrong, Xal? Let's see now. Who made the typo of a 0? Oh, you did say. Okay, you did write 3,000. God damn it, it's me. I'm sorry. Well, we have Xal here. Hi.
Hello.
That's what I was saying. Like, it feels like it's definitely not 300 members in that Discord.
No. We've grown. We've grown to quite a formidable Discord.
In 3 years, right?
Yeah, 4 years in March. So, but we hit 3,000 in September, and we're still growing. So, who knows what 2025 is going to bring?
Probably a lot of great things.
Hopefully.
Is this my light turning off on the TV or yours? All right, so yeah. Well, first of all, do you want to do an introduction for those who don't know you? I think everybody knows you, but in case they don't.
Yeah, I am Kishal Adron. I am the CEO of the public community, EVE Rookies. We only recently got some corporations for players to join, as well as an alliance. Let's see. I started playing, it'll be 5 years in January. Started out as a FC in the first 6 months. Started doing public MPSI fleets, 8 months. At a year, I launched the website, evrookies.com, just to put some tutorials up and YouTube videos because I hated everybody else's. And that turned into, hey, why don't you do an encouraging community for new players? So that ended up being branded evrookies. And that has just snowballed and grown. Our second year, we started adding some mission fleets. And this year, we ended up adding an entire wormhole / industrial wing, which made the structure that they put down last month. We used to do trig hunting, but we have stopped that earlier this year. But we do still do home fronts, level 4 missions, both Vanguard and Headquarter Community fleets. Oh, geez. I'm sure I'm missing something. We're about ready to get into faction warfare, pirates, so people watch out for that. And of course, myself, I was part of CSM 18, and yeah.
Busy. You're a busy bee. That's kind of like,
Very.
I don't like that sentence, but like, you're busy. I actually, two things that came in mind. First of all, it's impressive that you started FCing within 6 months.
Yeah.
That's whoa. Secondly, it felt like I kind of recognized my own a little bit of journey now, because I've been lately asking you also a lot of questions about, where do you recruit the rookies?
Yeah.
Because we wanted to start recruiting. Well, that's starting a corporation. We wanted to start recruiting also new players, and so I go to you for advice on a lot of things. Even though I'm not so active in rookies, but I go to you for advice. But it's kind of like after 2 years, when you start, if you're having a lot of fun with the game, you start thinking, okay, you notice because you're new, you experienced all that crazy, heavy entry, and you see what could work better. So your first thought is let's go and help new players, right?
Yeah. Yep. And that's really how it all started. I was streaming Eve the day I started playing, and it was probably within the first 2 weeks that I realized that we had a lot of new players coming in, asking questions, because I had maybe 4 or 5 people in my stream where Bjorn B, who I competed with in the time zone, had, 500. And his chat moves so fast, but no one's talking mine, so they'd come and ask, how to do this, how to do that. Thankfully, we had some vets that could help me with the questions that I didn't know, because, a couple weeks old. But it kind of grew from there. And when I found the MPSI within the first month of playing, I would stream it, and I'd lure, other new players into those fleets. And pretty soon we found that we needed more of those new bro roams, because Grey Gal with Redemption Run was only doing them once a month. So myself and a friend were like, well, let's solve the problem. Let's just start doing our own. So I kind of got thrown into the F scene just by necessity, but it worked out, and we went from there. I've been doing that for almost 5 years now.
Yeah. So what's been the most exciting thing this year for Eve rookies?
Ooh. I think the most exciting thing was getting into the headquarter incursions. This was something that I absolutely said that we were never going to do. And I now have stopped saying never and no to people, because it probably means it's going to happen at some point. What ended up happening is the incursion community kind of got a problem. We had some people that found that they could get incursion runner tiers by popping Mom, the mothership, which ends the incursion. So people would move, and then they would immediately end the incursion, and then we'd do this over again, and it went on and on and on. One of the communities, unfortunately, just couldn't deal with this and started to fold. And so I said that if you're going to go under, let us take over, because this wasn't going to be a problem forever. We're not doing just incursions, so we could weather it. And they agreed, and so we took them, all of their members, under our wings and jumped into that. Unfortunately, we don't have a whole bunch of FCs, so we can't run continuously like a few of the other communities can, but it'll come someday. We're still running about 9 to 12 fleets a month, which I think is pretty good.
That is quite a lot.
They're full fleets, so we don't have a whole lot of multi-boxers, so people do come out for them.
I mean, if you need logis, apparently we have discovered 2 weeks ago, I'm great.
Fantastic. Train into a nester.
I'm like so into like, let's save everybody now. It was a little surprise that it happened so smooth. We're going to analyze it, but yeah, that's... I never told this. Okay, this is the moment of truth. That's the champagne talking, I'll admit. So nobody saw it, or at least nobody pointed it out. But I was in Logi. We had like, the fleet was very powerful. I know there was a lot behind the scenes that nobody saw what was planned in case things get really bad. So there were on standby apparently some strong things that I wasn't aware of as well. But I was like, I just don't want to fly the usual stuff, right? So I was begging, let me do something else. So I got the Logi, and everybody's like so impressed of how well it went. And then I was like, yeah, but there was this moment when somebody that did get away from us, I did accidentally start the rep. So just like, you know, just like a little shout out of like, it's not all shiny. But yeah, if you need the logis, I'm there. I'm willing to now train myself.
Fantastic.
And as I said, we have like my corporation, we've now gone a bit over 20 members. And we have a lot of new players in that are like very eager to explore the game. And my main goal as the CEO is to try to find for them as much fun in the game as possible. So it's not so much of like, it's just us and we are not allowed to do anything else. It's more of like, go out there, have fun. And my job is to find them where the fun is and send them over there and go join it, basically. So I think I wish for you and me into 2025 a bit more collaborations though, maybe?
Yes.
I think that might be. But so I asked you about EVE Rookies, right? So as the corporation, you did guys launch an alliance. I guess to ask what was the most exciting thing this year for alliance is kind of silly because becoming an alliance probably is the most exciting thing.
Yep. Well, honestly, we have this little, or maybe it's me, I'm not sure. I think I have a few collaborators on this, but we have a crazy idea to maybe enter the Alliance tournament next year.
Oh!
So that is why the Alliance has been made.
All right.
And I do have to say, if we're going to do it, it's going to be completely and totally Bad News Bears style. You know, going in there in our ships, no one knowing really what they're doing. We're going to get, you know, ruffle stomped, but it'll be a lot of fun, I think.
You never know. You could hope for the kind of the beginner's luck, right? Like rookies are the beginners. Like the beginner's luck maybe is on your side. Just
maybe.
So what about yourself? Like what is your personal most exciting moment from this year in EVE?
I think, of course, you know, being CSM, that has been a great honor. I was CCP's pick for CSM 18, so there's been a lot of work that's gone in on that. But also, I have just launched a new video series on my YouTube called Voices of New Eden. And right now I have 3 episodes. I'm about ready to post the 4th episode after I'm done talking to you. And this is about talking to players about their experience. And this isn't just talking to those that are space famous. I'm looking to get 15 minutes of fame for anyone who wants to talk to me. Anywhere from the dad who comes and logs in, you know, an hour a night to mine and high second his venture, to, you know, the guy that started playing because his dad, to I've talked to the workbench guy, so that's going to be coming in the near future. I have Mike Azariah lined up. I have a few people that no one has ever heard of lined up, but they happen to run a Wormhole Alliance and another guy that just does industry. So yeah, it's just getting the stories out there. Everyone's important. Everyone who undocks and does something, that makes EVE.
Yeah, I feel like I have to, you know, we read now today 5 stories of the finalists for the FanFest giveaway, and we have 5 more. But I think we had so many amazing stories. Like, I'm bad with names, so I need to immediately look at who was it. So I remember, because I want to give the right shout out. I think it was Jan. It was XX Jan who had a story. I don't know if you were here at the beginning, because I know you were busy recording as well. He had a story about playing Eve, sort of, under 13, because his dad was playing, and like this whole experience of like being 8 years old and like accidentally getting his dad's ship conquered, right? Those stories are amazing, right? And it's no, yeah, you have to get them out somehow.
Yeah,
like people
and everyone has a story, no matter how important or I'm not going to say people are unimportant, but how big or small someone is in our universe, it's all important.
Yeah, I see some of the strange days. I mean, Nepo Baby Jan, we called him Nepo Baby because the story just said, because he was like, I kept losing ships, my dad kept buying for them, so I got kicked out of Alliance or Corp. My dad kept getting me in, so I was the Nepo Baby. That's the Nepo Baby story of Eve, basically. That also exists. No, but I agree with you. It's important to share the stories, because it's my personal experiences. I personally am finding a whole new level of enjoyment of Eve right now that I have my corporation and Alliance, and I on purpose was searching for it, because I realized, so my step was like, I started Eve, okay, that was fun, but that wears off fast because it's a very hard game to get into.
Yep.
I got that hard kind of killed by the fact that I just decided, let's go to FanFest, and I immediately got into the community. I met people. I met you that time, right? I met basically anybody that I keep talking to right now. I think most of them I met FanFest face to face. So that gave a whole different experience. That was the community experience immediately. Also already the stories, but with the time playing the game, I felt like, especially hearing how everybody's experiencing it, I started to miss that. There is these Discord chats and Discord communication, and everybody's talking and sharing, and it's completely different. And that is that's where a lot of different stories come to life as well, especially these human-to-human stories that we'll never hear otherwise if nobody's highlighting them. And I started to feel like I'm missing out, and that's why I have a corporation and Alliance now, because I wanted it. So, and I'm enjoying the game on a whole new level again because of it. So.
Yeah, Eve is nothing but layers upon layers, and you strip one away, you find a new one.
Yeah. Daddy Deep is saying that you never play Eve alone.
Never.
I also have to say, because there was somebody, I saw it in the chat, but I didn't manage to point it out. Starfall015 said, I'll beat the 6 months FCing thing.
I'm going to hold him to that. He's one of the new players in my community, so yeah, if you're listening still, I'm holding you to that.
Okay, we need a report at some point.
I will.
All right,
maybe some of those collaborations that we've talked about, and we can get them on.
Yeah, definitely. So wait, So what else do you want to share about 2024 yourself?
Oh boy. Well, as you had put in your slide, we had started paying our FCs at the beginning of the year. This is mostly because, especially in our incursions, our FCs will opt out of getting paid in order to get one more person in the fleet, which is a very great gesture. And I didn't want them to walk away, without any ISK whatsoever. So we have started paying them 100 mil per fleet that they put on. And as of the end of November, we have paid out 67.3 bill. And that'll be probably closer to 70 bill in a couple days. So I'm very, very proud about that. What else about 2024? Geez, there's been so many, good moments that I guess you guys will have to look out on Reddit for my India report.
I have to also say, immediately from Daddy Deep, who wants to tell you, I'll sponsor her aspirant FC at Tech One Fleet to take out. Let him contact me in game.
Okay.
So Starfall, who tried to slip away and hope nobody saw the message. Now everything is online. Everybody has heard everything. So we're waiting the report on this. No, but it's been exciting. Yeah, it's been an exciting year for you guys. I don't know if there's anything you want to share in terms of like what's in the plans for 2025.
one of the things that we started doing this year is we started partnering with other communities. So we have another takeover that is on the books. The person is done running their community, but they don't want it just to die. And this is a big one. This is a biggie. I can't really say much more, but there's things coming probably in Q1 from that. I would like to get more headquarter FCs trained up so we can run a little bit more of those. We're getting into faction warfare. There's a whole plan to start up another corporation for, I think it's Gristas, and we're going to run insurgencies as a corp. And then, I'm just very, very focused on Voices of New Eden, and come around CSM time, I will run for CSM 20. So
you heard it here first, or I don't know if it's first, but you heard it here, guys. I've thought of running for CSM, but I realized I don't have time, so I admire anybody that does it. So we are voting for Xal here in this Twitch stream. So you heard it here, chat. You know what to vote for. All right, so what's your, I just realized I don't think that's exactly the English expression that I've been saying the whole stream, but what do you wish for everybody from me in 2025?
Oh, I wish everybody to undock, have lots of kills, and have a wonderful, great time. Make, Eve one of those core memories.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Xal. We will definitely chat, I think, 2025, as I said. My wish for myself and us is to do some collaborations for next year.
Yep.
So we'll definitely chat. Thank you so much for joining. Everybody in the chat, I saw there was some people saying like they would love to train up for ER, Dread Fleets. AJ will link your in-game name or what other means do you prefer for communication. I know there's Eve Rookies Discord where everybody can join. So if anybody wants to, Xal is there to show you the ropes of Eve.
Yep.
All right. Thank you so much and have a great night. And there's the new episode, I guess, coming out tonight.
Yep.
We're looking forward to it. All right.
Awesome.
Take care and Happy New Year.
Okay. Happy New Year to you.
All right. We're going into the next one. We don't have that many left anymore, I think, of the year. So we're going to soon finally find out who is winning the FanFest giveaway. All right, let's see. So what is the next category? The next one, okay, here might be some mistakes because we found this and I made a slide for it and then I accidentally deleted it and I made it 2 minutes before going live. But we discovered the most expensive structure lost in 2024. I think it's obviously like kind of a hard guess, but can you maybe guess where it was, chat? So I think I should probably catch up. I kept missing a lot of messages, I feel like. Gralki says, Amiyomia, another memorable moment for Eve yet to happen. Dangerous D has announced he's getting married and joked it would be funny if the Space Pope officiated. I'm working on making sure that happens. I have heard there actually has been a wedding with Space Pope happening. So Strange Danes has some wormhole eviction. Johan says, was it a Keepstar or a Faction for Desire? Cotton Meat Wormhole. I would say Wormhole. Yeah. It is true. It is. Let me slide over. It wasn't a C5 Wormhole. It was 304 billion lost. It was owned by Whole Control. And during the... let's call it the situationship. I don't know, that doesn't make sense, but I tried to make a joke. There were 406 pilots involved in the destruction. I think AJ will be linking the skill board immediately. It was really nice. Thank you, AJ, for pooping on my party. But it did happen indeed. But yeah, so... that was a wormhole. I think AJ had some... it is on the sheet. It's on the first slide. And it's in the wrong sheet. Somewhere. It's somewhere wrong. It's somewhere... yeah. I see you found it. I think AJ had some comments on this. But I don't know if AJ is going to come here and talk about it.
What? I have no comments.
No, you didn't? I felt like you had comments this morning. Well... All right, so this is like we have highlighted. As a noob and somebody that has entered wormholes once, I unfortunately can't comment a lot on this. But I promise that with time we will be getting more information on these things. Bear with me. All right, so the next topic. The biggest giveaway of the year. So we're moving a little bit away from the in-game, as in what happened in New Eden activities, but this is the biggest giveaway of the year. Does anybody know what was the biggest giveaway of the year? Not mine. It's not that it's not. I'm not saying it's not mine, so you could guess me. I'm saying it's not just me in this. I spoiled it. It's not me. Yeah. Whoa! What just happened? We have Parthenon gifting subs. Choo choo and starting a choo choo train. Parthenon. Thank you so much. Wait, which camera? This one. Thank you, Parthenon. The giveaway wasn't of the subs, but thank you so much. And it's so confusing with that Valorant. Like it's coming in there. Like, but I'm glad that Valorant is gifting everybody extra subs as well. Yeah, we have a hype train level 2. I mean, just in case if anybody wants to get it, like, we can also break another record because we could have put like what's the highest level hype train of a Miomia this year. I think we made it to 4. So Tober says the Avatar giveaway. What's the Valorant? So Cottonmeat, Valorant is a game. There are other games besides Eve, as it turns out. I know, I didn't know either. Fun fact, I actually have never ever played Valorant. So yeah, Valorant is it's some kind of a, like, Twitch has like end year bonus. So whenever somebody is gifting subs, or also I think it's only when you gift subs, then the Valorant is as a game kind of adding extra subs on top of it, which is very nice of them. You could use another avatar. Wait, was there an avatar giveaway? No, Parthenon. I noticed your name. I feel more guilty towards Tober because Tober gifted some gifts before, and I was like, why is a Valorant out of nowhere gifting subs? But we did have Tober and Parthenon gifting. So Parthenon, thank you so much. All right. Yeah, it is. It's shooter. That's all I know. And it has some sort of a lot of pink colors in it, I feel like. But Valorant is a game. Anyways, guys, level 2 train. If you want to add some more things. Ooh, Tober is adding 40 bits on. Oh, we have a celebration. Look at that. No, but like Valorant is giving us subs. It's okay. It's okay. But yeah, guys, if you wanted to bring the hype train to more than level 2, it will be... I'm so bad at this. Oh, 860 bits or 2 subs. We need 2 subs or 860 bits to make it to level 3. And we have 2 minutes. But I feel like we should go into the who did do the biggest giveaway of the year, because I think that the person that did the biggest giveaway of the year is actually a master at hype trains. So that was really good timing. I'm just gonna quickly show you the stats before I tune him in. I don't know if you guys see it still. Because tech has run a little bit ahead of time. But you were guys right. It was the avatar. It was done by one and only Brother Grimoire, who is very excited always to support his community. As you can see by this photo where he, for the community, did cosplay of Erst. You all know Erst. And yeah, Brother Grimoire is also here with us today to have a quick chat and tell more about that, where it came from, what he thinks of the community, and probably when is the next avatar giveaway coming. Put him on a spot now. Can you hear me? I can't hear you yet. There's a
He's low.
He is low. You are low. No. We have issues.
No sound.
Technical issues. We tested them.
Very low. Not off.
I need to get Brother Grimoire some new tech. Yeah, I know everybody. I also wanted a new avatar partner. It is showing off with the badge that is more visible than the people who gifted in the first place. I mean, we all are waiting. Like I think I don't know. I think we're not gonna get a new one before next Christmas, but who knows? Maybe Brother Grimoire says that we're getting one before New Year's. Don't take my words for granted. I'm pretty sure that's not happening. But the girl can dream. I see him moving. I do not hear him. Oh, we have success? No. It's okay. We can start lip reading. We blame AJ. The whole chat is blaming AJ. Maybe my AJ, you also have some voice situation, right? It's not me that has like battery dead.
No. I see. There's no audio.
Okay, you didn't accidentally mute him?
Yeah.
Teki is still recovering from the vacation and the pig ears. All right, so what?
There we go. Is
yeah.
that better?
Yes, we can hear
go.
you. Welcome
okay.
in.
Yeah. So, fun fact: using that application, it decided it wanted to like mess up everything.
Oh no!
But it's okay.
I officially loaned you my tech wizard in the next tomorrow or tonight to fix everything.
Perfect. Well, we're good now.
Welcome in. I mean, who doesn't know Brother Grimoire? But if you don't know Brother Grimoire is another EVE Online streamer who gave away Avatar a couple of days ago. It was a couple of days ago, right? My whole time is mixed up now. It wasn't week. It was a couple of days.
That was the Christmas stream. That was like 1,600 entries is what it was.
Yeah.
It was absolutely crazy. Everybody had a really good time. Everybody was really receptive to it.
Yeah.
So the avatar itself was actually a donation.
I didn't win.
I have AJ screaming he didn't win. And I also wanted to say, like, Brother Grimoire, you did misspell my name when you were announcing the winner. It's not called something, it's a Miomia.
Yeah, a lot of hang-ups there, a lot of technical difficulties because everybody's name got misspelled, but,
I know, and you said it to somebody wrong.
Hey, but you know what? That person's very happy right now.
Yeah.
Very happy.
So it was donated, you said.
Yes. Yep. One of our community members, Perpetual Pacific, he reached out to me earlier in the year. We're talking like probably 6 to 8 months ago, and he was like, "Hey, man, I'm gonna give you a Titan for Christmas." And I was like, "Are you real? You're not just messing with me, are you, man?" But no, absolutely legit. I've already got him in contact with the winner, so they're sorting it out between themselves. That way, like, I don't have to have the responsibility of knowing where a Titan is that's changing hands, because I feel like that's just a recipe for disaster.
Okay.
Too many people knowing about it, but it was really fun, and I love being able to do awesome giveaways for the community. I think you guys deserve it. You guys hang out with a weird pirate guy for most of the year. You deserve something, maybe an antidepressant or something too. But
I mean, actually, I just realized, like, because you do this a lot of, like, you have the pirate theme, right? It's kind of a mischance for you being like a full-on Eve pirate all the time.
Although we did murder some people, we did do some plundering on Christmas, so I think we stayed a little on brand.
It's a small price to pay for an avatar.
Yes.
It's like couple death for a greater good. Yeah. And I have like my chat saying it was rigged. It was rigged all over the place. So it's of course it's an Eve giveaway. What did you think?
Especially if you win. If you win, then you know it's really rigged.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
So we're looking at, based on my totally legit scientifically backed guesstimations, we are edging towards probably 3/4 of a trillion to a trillion given away for the year of 2024.
Whoa.
Yeah.
That is impressive.
You're telling me. And I don't even own capitals. Like, so you guys get the nice things. I'm not allowed. But hopefully we kick that up even further for next year. The one thing that I have defined myself on is self-improvement. Like, I believe it's very important, and my community has grown with me through this period of self-improvement. I started streaming regularly about 2 years ago, and we've just built up and built up and built up. So this year it might have been a Titan. Let's see what happens next year,
2 Titans. You get a Titan. You get a Titan. Like, Brother Grimoire is turning
like
into
Oprah
Eve
Winfrey.
Oprah. Yeah. It's your new character. You're the Eve Oprah. I wanted to actually ask, because I don't know how long you've been playing Eve yourself. Because I know how long you've been, like, as you said, just like 2 years ago, very focused streaming. But how long have you been playing Eve?
So I've been playing Eve for a little over 10 years now. I've been playing Eve since actually I was in high school. So I was introduced to Eve by my high school physics teacher, who happened to be a filthy Jita ganker. Mr. DePascal, if you're out there somewhere, congratulations. You hooked me on space heroin.
And shaped
but
your
yeah,
whole streaming career in that sense.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Really cool guy, though. And, it's crazy to me that it's been over 10 years now since I found Eve Online, and now I'm streaming Eve Online, being able to do huge-ass giveaways like the Titan.
Yeah, it's
awesome.
Impressive. I mean, it's kind of counterproductive to ask, but I can imagine that maybe not. Can you actually yourself fly a Titan?
No, gods no.
Your skills are not there.
So my skills are primarily subcapital. My skills are diverse. So my goal is to be able to fly everything subcapital before I start touching capitals. Because with a subcapital, I can just kind of jump into something and go where I need. When it comes to capitals, then you got to start sinoing them around and making sure that you're not going to get murdered or something. If you have an avatar, obviously trying to figure out where to keep that thing is pretty what's the word here? Nerve-wracking.
By the way, I'm sorry, you're a fellow streamer, so you understand I have to put a pause in a second because we just got the raid from Olaf then. So welcome.
Oh no, you can ignore him. That's my stream son. You can ignore him. That's fine.
Okay, we're ignoring him. But thank you for the raid, welcoming people. We're talking with Brother Grimoire right now. Your stream grandfather, right? Because Olaf then is the father. He's your son, stream father. Yeah, your grandchildren are here.
It's a weird Alabama relationship.
Yeah, so your grandchildren are here, but we're talking with Brother Grimoire because we just not discovered, but we went through whole year activities. I don't know, did you actually watch it as well along? Because I know you had different plans tonight than to be involved with Eve.
I've been here on and off.
Yeah, so we went through different things that happened over in Eve, like the most expensive death, the most expensive fight, and Brother Grimoire had the biggest giveaway of the year, and we just discovered something that I didn't know. How many trillion did you say was it in 2024 given away?
I estimate probably about 3/4 of a trillion. So
3/4.
Almost there.
My brain heard 2 trillion, so I was like, that was impressive. Okay, 3/4. Okay, you make it sound. You're a good marketeer. You know how to make it sound.
We'll see. We'll see what it looks like when, if we end up getting our year-end recaps. I know they did them last year, and so they logged a whole bunch of different statistics to share with you. Hopefully CCP does that again, because that'll tell me exactly how much money I've had going in and out on my wallet account. And on my main account, which is where I handle all the giveaways. So it'll be very interesting to see just how much ISK has flown into the coffers and then flown right out.
Olaf says rookie numbers, but that's Olaf. You know that's what he says. So what's been your most exciting? I'm gonna ask you from different things because I don't think you really promote, if you do it, of any corporations and alliance side. So I'm going to ask it differently so I don't put you on the spot. What's been your most exciting 2024 thing in-game, as well as the other thing as a streamer?
In game, the most exciting stuff that I've had going on is we did obviously the huge giveaways, but I've been getting a lot more into PvP lately. I actually recently just had a fun experience where I popped into a system, a low-sec system, and I proceeded to kill everybody that was undocked in that system. It was 4 different people, and the last kill, I finished killing somebody and they warped in on me. And it was just incredibly exciting. I was in disbelief the whole time. I've been getting a lot more into PvP. I feel like learning how to PvP just kind of expands on your skills even in the PvE world. Because then you'll realize, oh man, if I fly my ship this way, I'm not going to be murdered as hard.
Yeah. But you do a lot of solo PvPing, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
I do a lot of solo PvP. Sometimes we'll go out ganging with like a Suralite. Actually, the plan for Christmas was to do some ganging with a Suralite, but I think he was kidnapped by his family. Oh no.
Yeah, same happened here. AJ would say the same, that he got kidnapped by my family. I felt a little bit kidnapped by my family as well, even though I really like Christmas at my family. So, but it takes away time from me, unfortunately. So that was the PvP. That's the in-game thing. But what about as a streamer?
So as a streamer, I would say the highlight has been seeing how, what's the right word here? I don't want to say motivated, but like seeing how everybody's come together as a community and just have they've been incredibly interactive throughout the whole year, and seeing the community we built has been the most exciting thing for me. Because that's honestly, that can be kind of hard.
Yeah.
If anybody's ever tried to start like a corporation in EVE, sometimes it's like pulling teeth, to get everybody on the same page, or even just get enough numbers to do something. So building up a community is huge, and I'm very grateful for the community that we have.
I think
Bunch of really
a
nice people, really good dudes.
From what I've seen, and I also always look from the marketing perspective, I know boring, but you have very close and engaging community, which is awesome. I mean, when you came up now, we did get a lot of comments about some egg rubbing, so there's some recognition on current things, I think. Oh no, and on that topic, I promised I have to ask a very serious question. Are you wearing pants?
I actually am. I am wearing pants. Now, the plan today was to wear no pants and play Call of Duty, but I ended up walking outside. There's actually a thunderstorm going on right now, and that was nice to observe. So
yeah,
I did have to put pants on. Otherwise, get a little weird.
It was kind of part of the agreement that like Brother Grimmer will come up on the stream if he doesn't have to wear pants, if it doesn't interfere with him not wearing pants plan. So I said it's okay. As long as he doesn't jump on a table, it's fine. So what would you wish to everybody in 2025? All the EVE players that are watching.
What would I wish to them?
Yeah, what's your 2025? I realized I was just saying it to Excel as well. I think I'm not saying it correctly in English suddenly, but what's your 2025 wish to people? How do you call it now?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure, but what I can wish to people, what I can say to people, and what I hope for in 2025 for them is I hope they get lots of good fights. I hope they learn something new. One of the biggest things that I'm a proponent of is education. So learning something new is huge. Might help you make some more money in game, or maybe not die. So have some good fights, learn something new, maybe make a little bit of money, or if not, hope you win something somewhere. A lot of people here on Twitch, myself included, do some pretty awesome giveaways. So best of luck in 2025.
Yeah, Tober is saying more booty in 2025.
More booty. There we go. Beautiful. Beautiful.
And so
couldn't have said it better myself.
I actually I like to finish with the wish, but I did realize I didn't ask you what are you planning? What are you looking forward to in 2025? Yourself, either in game or in...
The big thing is FanFest. So
Yes.
I will be attending FanFest in 2025. This will be my first FanFest, so you guys get to pop the cherry on that. I fear for my liver because everybody's excited to have a drink with the pirate. So I don't know if we're going to do a lottery system or if it's just going to be like, okay, you have a drink, you have a drink, you have a drink, you have a drink. Collectively, you're all having a drink with me right now. Let's go.
I am hearing, so yeah,
Well,
there's a big FanFest hype right now, immediately in the chat, and then there's some comments about the wigs. We had in the last stream, it was a LAN party of 28 hours, and AJ ended up putting on my colorful wig. So I feel like there is a potential for FanFest, because they, like, the chat did, I don't remember how much, I think 150 subs was the cap for AJ to wear a wig during FanFest. So I feel like we need to put this out for you as well. I have enough wigs to loan you all.
Well,
in different colors.
Me and Urs were thinking of a Dr. Evil and Mini-Me kind of a situation.
I like this Mia takeover. I'm gonna give you all like pink and purple wigs. I have enough. So you guys get to select what's your sub cap for it on your own streams, and I will just make sure that I deliver the wigs for the FanFest.
All right, but do we have to wear it the whole time, or are we going to wear it for an event?
No, for an event. You can show up on the stream or something, you know, because we'll think about the details. I like this idea. By the way, it's like, I know it sounds scary, but in Iceland it's cold and the wig is warm. It keeps you really nice and warm, so it's a good thing to have.
Very true. I don't know how well my hair is going to grow back in. As you guys can see, I'm still very much bald. Oh God, it was terrible. Put that back on.
Cold. See, the wigs are nice. They keep you warm. All right. Any last words that you would like to give to everybody?
Nothing super special, but appreciate you guys hanging out here with Amy Omi. She's fantastic. Go ahead and give her those subs. Make sure that we have that FanFest Wig Fest going on.
That's already happening. They got it. But thanks for the shout out.
Perfect.
All right, thank you, Brother Grimoire. Everybody, make sure, if you don't already, by some weird, miraculous reason, don't check out Brother Grimoire's stream. Make sure to do that next time he's live. Also, his stream son, Oafidan, who just traded us. So, thank you, Brother Grimoire. We'll see you in FanFest. We're going to find out who else is going to see you in FanFest. Okay. Take care.
Bye-bye.
Bye. I see AJ is changing lights. Another 150 subs for Grimoire to wear a wig. Well, we will let him choose that. I put him on a spot, to be honest. We need to double check if he's even open for it, you know? But I feel like he knows his thing. He might ask for more than AJ. It was his first attempt to get subs. And Olaf is sending love. Yeah, Olaf, let's give a shout out to Olaf. Thank you again for the raid. What did you do? How's your stream? It's good to see. Are you back in Eve? It's good to see you back in Eve. I don't know which cameras are we looking at right now. Espion, what? Hey Espion, how are you doing? So we are almost close to giving away that FanFest trip. But I think we have one more. There was no fake avatar. There was an actual avatar thing. This happened a couple of days ago. That was just the thing. Espion, we were talking about the most impressive things that happened over the year. And one of them was the biggest giveaway of the year was by Brother Grimoire. And he gave away an avatar. So, but sadly enough for you, for all of us that didn't get the avatar, it already finished. Oh Lord, don't ask. Stalware and Goon's home territory is bad idea. Back in Eve, everyone needs a break every so often. Glad to be back. We're happy to have you back. It's good to have good people back in Eve. Yeah, it was clearly rigged because we didn't win. Absolutely. What's the smart home system AJ is using? What do you mean by smart home? We have Philips. We have Philips Hue lights. You guys can control it. Try it with the chat points. You can change the lights. They're still set in for the living room. Normally they are only for the gaming room, but in the LAN party we also had it here, and the whole house was lighting up. And now for today's stream we also have it here. Okay. Let's go and see what's the next. What do we have next? I'm starting to lose track of my 100 tabs. Did we get the click? I think we didn't. Yes, now we do. So I think this is one of the last things for it. It's either the last or one of the last. I think it's the last. And this is the category, the most exciting thing to happen on stream, which you probably missed because it wasn't directly on stream. I want to let you guys do a quick guess, if you can guess it, because we did mention it very briefly when it happened. It happened very, 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 very frequently. That's the only hint I'm going to give you. And we're going to have a guest to talk about it. It's also something that has been sort of hinted at earlier, I think, in some of the conversations with some of the people, but I'm forgetting to turn on her tank. I'm forgetting to recall activate drones. All right, here's another thing. It wasn't done by me. The most exciting thing that happened on stream wasn't done by me. I'm just very excited about the fact that it happened sort of on the street. It was also not planned. I mean, letting a new Brodina home front. Ouch. Yeah, that was also an ouch. If I guess, can I win the trip to FanFest? No, the trip to FanFest will be won by one of the 10 finalists, unfortunately. So, okay, just some delays could work to sync. All right, well, let me just show you guys what was the last thing. I can't see it anymore because I just switched it around, but we have immediately a guest to tell about it, actually. So let's just go to it.
Amazing.
So Madra left NC Dot and moved to Initiative, and that happened actually on the stream during LAN party. And we have Bombrun, who's joining us now as well to tell about it because he was doing that. Hey, Bombrun.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you loud and clear, which means the chat as well.
Perfect.
All right. So do you want to do an intro just in case? Because people have met you in Eve Amsterdam and in LAN party.
Manchester as well.
Yeah, but
So my in-game name is Bombrun. I'm obviously part of Modro Corporation, as you've seen in the slide, and I kind of keep busy with occasional fleets with you guys. So like the LAN party, I was FCing. For a moment, I was not FCing, and that's where this whole story comes into play. And just like to have fun. We have a small corporation, and we now move to Init because change of opinion within the member base. So we have a new home. But how did we get there? That is the story you're waiting for, basically. So a couple of weeks ago, we were having the LAN party at your place. We were all having fun. Massive setup. The temperature was still quite good as well. Surprising.
There was some sunshine out there once in a while at that point, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, there were, what was it? 8 computers running, so it's all good.
Yeah.
Anyway, so our opinion within the corporation was that we needed a new home. So eventually, after long talks and decision making, we decided on Init. For obviously reasons, we do not share that much information with one another because we still had to move certain assets towards Initiative. In this case, this was 5 supercarriers. We started off by leaving drone space to begin with, getting set up in the Freeport Keepstar in Ojanen, and then started plotting out and trying to move towards the Initiative, which live in Fountain. So basically, literally on the other side of the map. So at the beginning, it went quite well. This whole ordeal took about a week, where the final move happened during your stream, of course. The initial setup was getting some towers into place and start moving the supercarriers closer to the Initiative, up to a point where we knew we were eventually going to get spotted and might be hunted by this amazing group called Snuffed Out. They're very good at killing super capitals in low sec, and we had to cross right through their staging system, basically. But yeah, so that was all in plan and all in the works. We eventually did get spotted, and we found out the scouts, and we knew the reaction time because we tested it with a hyper hell to see how fast they would respond to a Sino and a super capital warping to the force field. And that was fast, really fast.
Mm-hmm.
So if we would have jumped 5 supers, they would have all died. Anyway, the stream, we were having a roam. Going to Scalding Pass, I remember. The initial start wasn't that exciting, even though we stole what, 3.5 billion ISK, something like that, in Skyhook loot and all that kind of stuff. But in the meantime, I mentioned that, okay, guys, AJ, you take over now. I have stuff to do. And AJ took over, and this happened, of course, in your living room. But nobody noticed it. So what we were actually doing was getting the last 3 jumps towards the initiative done. And this was an exciting story because some things went wrong. It turned out great in the end, but they went very wrong. In order for any ship to be able to enter a force field of a player-owned station, starbase, basically, the towers, we call them, they need to be either set up for corporation or if it's a personal tower, you need a force field password. The first jump went all right, except for the fact that if you jump 5 super capitals to a single Sino, then you bump. You're going to bump like crazy. In other words, if you're basically landing on grids, you're going to be coasting at about the speed of an interceptor away from one another, and you need to stop before you're actually able to warp down to the tower. Since we did know that Snuff was hunting us, we kind of made an appeal to our new home, say, hey guys, are you guys able to help us out? And by very much a surprise, the initiative did show up with an amazing 500 people. That was seriously, I've never been welcomed with more open arms than I've seen there. So 500 people there, ready to defeat or fight whatever threat came through. We're also fit with hurricanes and micro drives, and we're able to bump us in the right direction towards the force field, so it made our life a little bit easier. We warped down to the first tower, got into the force field, and started waiting until our jump fatigue timer was done. And then it was on to the next tower, the second one. And this tower has been set up by one of our directors a little later than we hoped for, because obviously it was kind of rushing and all that kind of stuff. But the tower was set up, we had a Sino ready, and the initiative fleet was on its way there. And by the time they landed, we lit 2 Sinos this time instead of 1, so to reduce the bumping. Except we made a little mistake, as I mentioned before. This was a personal tower set up by one of our directors. In other words, we needed a force field password, which at the moment we didn't know. So we warped down to a tower and were unable to enter the force field. And this is where stuff gets interesting. You panic because now you have 5 super capitals on the outside of a force field of a tower, unable to go anywhere with jump fatigue and Snuffed Out watching your back, probably getting ready to dread bomb the shit out of you. So while I was on comms, we quickly sorted out the force field password, and I repeated that a few times, and we were able to get in and make sure it confirmed, and finally entered the boss force field. Now it was again a waiting game for the fatigue, because after 2 jumps, your red timer, so basically the time you can jump again, is about 7 to 8 minutes. The initiative fleet moved to the last tower, or the last system at least, in order to get us home through and home safe. And apparently, since I was sitting right in front of you during the stream, while I repeated the force field password a few times, it kind of leaked out to Snuffed Out. And while the initiative fleet was away, they managed to enter the force field password and thus enter the force field. Well, it took them a little while though. So 4 out of the 5 super carriers were already jumping to the next and last Sino at this point. But my Nyx was still in the tower, getting bumped by, I believe, a Panther and something else from Snuffed Out, trying to get me out of the force field. So that was surprised that I didn't need any new pants.
I was about to make a comment about like, hey guys, if you would have listened carefully, you probably would have heard it. So I actually didn't know that happened. I knew all the stuff that happened. You told me right before you went offline what's gonna happen, so I knew not to, switch cameras. Which, by the way, for 1 second I did at some point. I realized they can see your screen, but it was too small.
It was actually quite good because I saw the cameras because I had the stream up still on my mobile phone, just like I have the stream up right now. Just checking what's happening. And AJ did manage to get the camera just at the right angle that only the right side of my screen was visible, and it wasn't tracking the overview, so people couldn't know where I was. But
yeah, but like I didn't know they got the password. That's exciting.
That was stupidity on my end. But yeah, all went well. All supers got safe, and we now live in our beautiful new home within the initiative. We got here by personal experience, both in real life events and in-game things. We met Grauki at EVE Manchester and afterwards EVE Amsterdam. And the initiative people that we have seen there are very, extremely excited about how they present themselves as an alliance. And now we have first-hand experience how it is within the alliance. And I can say that they did not lie. We're happily in a new place, in a new home. And a lot of stuff is happening everywhere, and the organization is absolutely fantastic. And like I mentioned, like warm arms, open arms. I mean, it's not every day that 500 people show up just to help you out move 5 ships.
I just heard somebody, like I saw in the chat, somebody said, what I want to find the name. Trakkers Doopsus said the fleet formed literally in 10 minutes on its side.
Yeah, that's something that surprises me every day. We've been here now for ever since that the move up happened. So that's 2 weeks, I guess. If something happen, I remember with various alliances in the past that you had a post timer. Okay, guys, we're going to have a fleet at say 2300 or something like that. And then it starts forming, and then 2330 you leave. And then you still have people, stragglers, or catching up or anything like that. But this was like, hey guys, we're going to escort these guys. And in a moment's notice, fleet full, second fleet goes up, fleet full, third fleet goes up. It's absolutely fantastic. I mean, if you try to join a fleet, you have to be fast, because otherwise it's full.
Yeah. So, I mean, I have Grauki saying, because I know you had a fleet earlier today, so I'm pretty sure you weren't tuned in on the stream, but we had, I mean, actually, I think we still have Grauki on the comms if we want to add him to the conversation, but he came in, we had Init talking, because they had one of the most expensive fights of the year that I found, so they were giving comments on it, but they were also, I asked them what's their 2024 exciting things, and Grauki was like, the fact that there were people, like there was this alliance, like corporation, he was not saying any names, but he was clearly talking about you guys, how you guys like reached out to him both in events and then afterwards in the chats, and then how this all happened is basically there we have Grauki now immediately as well. How it happened is the dip. I told you that's not out of game, that's Diplo, right? So
it's actually funny because obviously with moving alliances there is certain OPSEC. Not only even though NC Dot is a very respectful alliance and they treat us very well, even all the way until the end. They were not so happy about the fact that we immediately had initiative fleet helping us. But for everything else, they gave us plenty of time to move out. Nothing more than respect for NC Dot. It just didn't suit the playstyle of our members anymore. But it's you have to keep things secret. And the only people that knew, one of them was Grauki, obviously, because he is the go-to point for us, at least, to
at least the first 5 minutes.
I hope I don't get in trouble to say, but I knew this a while before as well. I knew this quite a lot before this actually happened, like a month.
There was one other person, and this is also a funny story. While we were still in NC Dot, we did a few things. We were ratting, etc., and we had a capital escalation, which we dropped a few caps on. And without a surprise, of course, we got hot dropped by the initiative, by one of their main FCs. I'm gonna name, not gonna.
I think this is the one Joanne was talking about that in chat earlier, wasn't he?
I'm not sure, but it was a few dreads and 2 carriers, I believe. It was just us doing our own thing, and then a blue signer lit up, and fuck, we got AWOXed. But it happens, and funnily enough, that FC of that fleet is now the FC of us, and we fly with him very often, and doing the same stuff that has been done to us. So repaying in blood in a way.
I think AJ's just kicked the wrong person off camera.
Yeah, AJ is adding more people from Init in the conversation, but adding the wrong names under the wrong people. He is fixing his tech stuff. But we have Johan and we have Deglady as well. I think Deglady was the one that said in the chat that it was 10-minute, basically.
Yeah, just to clarify, it wasn't said that it was move up. It just was just a random fleet.
Yeah. And that's of course true. Like I said, OPSEC.
Well,
sometimes you don't want people to know.
I mean, we also had this running joke all night since Init. I don't know. Init has been very active this year because Init is coming up in quite a lot of the activities that we've named of like 2024. So, but then they're talking about it and they're like, Init is the best. So I'm like, it's in the contract. When you join, there was a bomb run like tell us. There was a contract and you had to sign it that makes sure to say Init is the best. Pages. You're not allowed to say anything else. Init is the best.
It was either that or sell my house to them. So yeah.
Yeah, I knew that.
No, Init truly is, from my experience, like now in the last 2 weeks that we've been here, one of the best alliances in the game, and that's not just by performance on the battlefield, but also behind the scenes. Everything is super clear, everything is great in instructions. There is a weekly onboarding about for newer corporations to join, and they will tell you everything there is to know about how the alliance functions and where to go. And it's a great place both for very new players or like bitter vet like us who've been playing E for 18 years.
Awesome. I mean, it's great to hear. Like I think you guys in it as an alliance, actually, you're the ones that don't have the rule. You're one of the rare ones that don't have the rule, like no NPSI fleets, right? Because I've heard that most of the alliances have that.
Well, even if there is, I mean, like in the current future that everyone is looking out for in all of EVE, the big reset, I'm pretty sure that if we run a NPSI fleet out of anywhere and we go anywhere other than my home space, basically, we can shoot anyone. So I don't think it really matters at that point.
No, not anymore. But that was like one of the moments where I was like, okay, well, Init is fun.
Yeah. There are other alliances that have no NPSI policy. Some alliances have a workaround. Okay, you can go, but just make sure you do not have a tune which belongs to our alliance. And there are other alliances that say a complete no-go. Unfortunately, we had that experience with the last fleet where certain people were not allowed to join. But hey, on the other hand, it doesn't matter. I mean, everyone plays their own playstyle, and every alliance has its own perks and benefits. So,
I mean, I feel like after today's you know, guys, how I always want to stay out of the politics of EVE. I'm not taking favorites or anything, but facts are facts. Init was in every second activity we mentioned tonight. So if we had to put like the alliance of the year, I feel like I have to say. It's the initiative.
I'd say me getting sold on the recruitment.
I'm giving you free recruitment. I expect 1 billion. I expect 5 billion ISK in my account when I log in. Just FYI. I'm giving you free marketing right now. It's a cheap one. I'm giving you a friend price for this one now.
By the way, I just cleared it, but the FC can be named. So the guy that dropped our capital fleet while still in NC Dot was Chaos 1. And Chaos 1 was also the guy I have been talking throughout the whole process of joining Init after that. Also, the amount of respect that he has been giving, even though we were still shoot on site, basically, was absolutely phenomenal.
I'm getting called out in the chat. Like, come on, that I called it. It's just like the facts, right? They've been the most active one. It feels like from all the stuff that we saw today. Just to save my ass. All right, so So Bomran, like I mean, I've asked already to Deglady, I asked already Gralky. I think if I will ask you, what's your personal favorite thing from the 2024 in Eve? Is it gonna be the move up or something else?
No, it is not actually.
Okay.
I think for me personally, as the most fun, exhilarating thing during the move up was the fleet itself. The fact that you're sitting there with was it 8 other people playing Eve.
Yeah.
We met each other before at various events though, but still, it's always it's something different. It's unity. I mean, Daddy Deep, for instance, who sponsored the fleet, and having a chat outside while we're having a cigarette or anything like that. And everyone else there from various alliances just joining up and having fun. I mean, I think, as far as I know, we still play a game to have fun, and this was literally the top-notch part of it. Something that I can seriously, I wouldn't say advise, but recommend to other players as well. Is go have fun with Eve, also outside of Eve. I mean, there's plenty of events. Go there. Bring your friends. I mean, you probably have people in your near vicinity who's like, okay, I'd love to play a new game, but I don't know what's it, or if it's something for me. But yeah, drag them in. Tell them about the community, because 95% of the people play Eve still because of the people next to them.
Yeah.
It's not because of the spaceship. It's because of the bonds that you make within the game. Eve is something special regarding that.
Yeah.
Like I said, we've been playing it for 18 years, still with the same people.
And even though you switched alliances, right, you're gonna still probably see the other people as well. The friendships don't disappear.
All in all, you can hate each other so much. We get blown up by everyone, but by the time you're having a drink in a bar in Manchester with the guy you just killed last week, that's fucking amazing.
Yeah.
Sorry about the language.
When you don't
it's also really
quit
cool.
Eve, you only take small breaks.
Yeah, exactly. Nobody quits Eve.
And you also don't win Eve. You just...
I felt pretty winning when I jumped out of that tower and just saw that panther just trying to bump me out, and then it's just gone. Bye. But yeah,
that's the 2024. So what about 2025? What are you looking forward to in 2025, Bomran?
2025 regarding myself is watching this little fella grow up. This is the baby monitor. I'm currently a dad. But for Eve itself, we want the corporation
in its latest recruit in training.
Yeah, exactly. Well, he is partially claimed by NC Dot as well, so we have to. He's going to make his own decisions eventually. But yeah, What I think for me is I'd love to see my corporation grow to its full potential. I mean, we have very many opportunities to do a lot of things. That list got even bigger now that we joined in it. But we want to get back to our full strength like we used to be, and be a force to be reckoned with on a corporate level. So if you're willing to join us, Modro, join us.
Oh, the free marketing everybody's getting here. I feel now now that I have my own corporation and alliance, I feel like I need to start putting a price tag on this free marketing.
We're still trying before you do, so otherwise we have to start streaming ourselves, and I don't have a pretty face, so that doesn't work.
It's alright, just get AJ.
Yeah, that's
just get AJ
right.
with his wink, it's fine. Recruit AJ. Although he's also in my corporation, so that's going to be a little bit of a fight here.
I've been poaching members on and off on various events as well, so it can work.
Okay, so Bombrand is not invited to Eve Amsterdam anymore. Makes it very hard for me now.
AJ can probably recall that I think if he actually starts grabbing a broom and going through the event site still, he can find the business cards from our corporation.
Yep.
I actually started pinning those up in pubs around where I live, just for something to do. Because Sarge gave me like nearly 100 of them at one point.
I found one in the car when we were going to Latvia. Also from
That's
Modro.
perfect.
So,
yeah, Modro goes everywhere.
Yeah.
So does Eve.
Yeah. So what are you wishing to others in 2025 in Eve?
Well, other than an application to our amazing corporation, I wish a lot of people to have the best time in any way that they want to feel like playing. I mean, it's their game. You pay for it. Have fun in the way you want. And if there's things that you do not like, don't do them. Just have fun. It's not a job. It's a game. So have fun.
It's a good one. Bomber, I just need to add from the chat, Saj says that Saj will be the pretty face. It's okay.
Oh, yeah, that can work. Yeah.
Yeah, and then just need to update the business cards. FYI.
Yeah, we do, yeah.
Because all the ones we're finding are from NC Dots.
NC Dots, yeah, we'll make new ones. Grauke also referred for us to get new t-shirts, so we'll be good.
I hope I'm allowed to say this, but actually one of the sentences, and I think it was before your move up, it was somewhere between the time that I knew when you told me that and before it was public that you told me Grauke's already making the t-shirts. I remember that's like so ingrained in my brain.
It's actually on that note, I don't know if it's actually going to be a bit shameless, but a big shout out for Cursed Lion for all of your clothing needs. Reach him out, just let him know that we sent you.
Okay, that was a shout out. All right. Well, thank you, Bombrand, for the story and for like a pretty exciting, like letting me be part of exciting thing, especially the fact that my microphone managed to catch the password. I didn't know that, so
it's okay. I mean, it made a good night. I mean, there is one thing that Eve gives you, especially if you're a newer player. It wears off a little bit when you play more. It's the shakes. Eve gives shakes because of the simple fact that there is no reset button when your ship dies. And those shakes were absolutely real when we were jumping those super carriers.
Yeah, I remember we went on a balcony afterwards, and you were in shakes. You were I think, physically shaking at the moment. It was awesome. All right, thank you, Bombrand.
Yeah, thank you very much.
The Gladdy, thank you as well for jumping in. Grauke, we will probably have you a little bit more because we are finally going to find out who wins the FanFest.
Looking forward.
Hopefully it's me.
Alright. Take care, guys. Bombrand, Happy New Year.
Fly safe and see you in Fleet.
Fly safe. Alright, guys. I think, let me double check just for the facts, but I think that was it. That was it of the 2024 kind of whatever, like trophies? No, how did we call them? The activities that I found. If anybody else has anything else exciting, as I said, you are welcome to join in on the voice real quick and share any exciting facts and figures. As I said, for me, this was like I felt incredibly proud that I was able to be part of something huge where I'm actually not part of, but well, I was sitting there while it was happening, and apparently my microphone picked up some passwords, so I'm very excited about that. It was one of the LAN parties in general was one of my highlights of 2024 as well. And I already told, like, one of the things was me discovering I'm a good Logi was one of my in-game highlights, but also I've told this on stream before. We accidentally discovered a wormhole in our home system, and it was amazing, leading to goons. Thank you all, by the way, guys, everybody for the follows. Lioland, Nifheim, Weetard, Xfordo. We had more follows today. Welcome everybody officially to the ship show. I haven't had time to shout it out today, but thank you as well. Amazing. Mr. Macariel as well. I'm definitely not Semi. Thank you so much. We have reached a follower goal. Amazing. Great. Thank you so much. I mean, technically the follower goal was also like to reach 4,000 by the end of the year. I know we're not going to reach that, but I'm okay with it. But we reached 3,500. Thank you guys so much. Amazing. Also, Second Blue, thank you for subscribing earlier. During the conversation, I didn't shout it out, but thank you so much. TK Donut, seen so much. Amazing. Anyways, it's super awesome, guys. You're following. Regionally, to be completely honest, when I started streaming, amazing. I set it out as my goal to do this sort of thing, like today's stream of like talking about things that are happening in Eve with the pilots. on a regular basis. So maybe in 2025, who knows? Maybe it happens more as well. TK Donut, thank you guys so much for the follows. Welcome to the Ship Show. All right, but we have the FanFest giveaway right now. So as you guys know, we already had 5 of the finalists. So we had Johan Eckery, who you also heard is the Johan from Init. We had Frozen Fallout. We have XX we have Hydrocard Astros, that's the person from India, I keep remembering that. And we have Partanen. So those are our first 5 finalists. We have 5 more. Let's quickly read through their stories. Oh, I'm making a lot of sounds with my rings. Cotton Meat is telling things for the Alliance. And confusing everybody. I lost my earbud. All right, so we're gonna quickly do the last read of the last 5 finalists. AJ can switch to the cameras, I would say. And afterwards, if we still have anybody from the finalists left on The Voice that want to join before we announce the winner, we will do that. And then we're gonna do the lucky draw of one final happy person. And the paper that I just pulled out is Squatch. Shadek is the next winner. This was also one of the popular votes. So we had 6 popular vote people and 4 selected by me, Gralky, AJ, and my mom. For those who don't remember, I will remind you guys about the story. We collected 1,650 euros over the 2024 to be able to send one lucky person to FanFest 2025. And we did ask everybody that want to participate in it to send in their stories. It could have been anything of why you should be the one that wins the trip. Then we had a voting round for most of the December. 6 finalists were chosen by the popular vote and 4 were chosen by people that were involved in the whole process, plus my mom, because she's the most neutral person I could find. So Shadek was one of the people that was selected by the popular vote. Squatch is in there. Yes. Yeah, I'm so sad I didn't make it to Squatch fleet last night of Amazon where we had Christmas event. We did talk about the fact that Amazon was the deadliest system in 2024, but it did exclude yesterday. So it definitely added on top of it. But let me quickly, as that's the last thing we're going to do today. We're going to read all the stories of those who applied. So let me read you Shadek's, aka Squatch, story. Hey, you guys probably know me, but my name is Squatch, or better known as Shadek in game. Some personal stuff. I'm a junior high teacher in Canada. I have 2 kids, 6 and 3 years old, a dog, and a cat. The last 8 to 9 years, I've worked anywhere from 2 to 3 jobs full-time and part-time on top of streaming to support myself and my family. I've been streaming EVE for nearly 3 years at this point, and needless to say, this game has changed my life for the better. I've made incredible friendships with so many people, including dozens of people I'll be meeting in real life. Starting from a meager explorer and now into a full-fledged NPSI FC C5 Corp leader, I have grown quickly from the backs of the mighty. I have learned so much about this game, and I try every stream to take the knowledge I have gathered from the experts online and give it back to the community in some way without strings attached. Living in a C5 wormhole, many people try to keep as much information secrets as close to their hearts as possible. I openly share everything I'm doing inside of my wormhole and share that information with other people so they can also be successful in this hard as hell game. As a relatively small influencer, I try to give back to the IRL community as much as possible as well. The past 2 years, I've done several charity events to help organizations that are close to me and I'm deeply passionate for. From raising money for a local animal shelter, helping a local autism society raise money to help children with disabilities, sending money to disaster relief funds hit by Hurricane Helena, and to raising literal thousands of dollars for a local children's hospital. I've shown that our little community of internet spaceship degenerates does, in fact, have a giant heart. I continue to strive to be a positive impact on the EVE community and my local community at large. I really do hope to win a trip to Iceland so I can meet the people who have supported me so much these last few years in person. I hope that with me going to Iceland, I can continue to strengthen the relationship I have made and to continue being a positive influence to people. Thanks for putting this together. So that's Shadek. That's our finalist number 6. He says that he can chit chat if you want. AJ, how are we on the setup? We can have that. Oh, Tober also was in there. First time getting killed in Amazon. Good one. Just to quickly, while AJ is Shad Squatch, I do Leon in Discord. Make sure you guys chat and figure out the technicalities. If you want to come on to chat. I am gonna quickly point out that we do have the 10 finalists. So this jar at the moment just contains the last 4. And with that in mind, we're just reading the 4. This is like in no particular order. Once we have read all of them, we're gonna put them back in the jar, and the process is that, the process will be we'll pick one lucky winner out of the 10. The reason we did that was there is a lot of alliances, there are a lot of corporations. We also wanted to let anybody, like for example Squash, who is a streamer, to enter, and we know that people like that have more reach. Or if somebody from Goons joins and spams all the Goon channels, they will all vote. But we wanted to give everybody an equal chance. So in the end, the point was that the popular vote will have 6 kind of finalists, and 4 will be selected based just on the stories, whether they're from different alliances, corporations, or single players. So giving everybody sort of an equal chance. And in the end, to equalize it all, it's a lucky draw. So from the 10 finalists, it's going to be one lucky draw. I might try to talk AJ into coming in front of camera and doing the lucky draw, actually. We'll see. We'll see what he says about it. Parthenon got selected by Gralky, that's true. Spy relationship. I mean, Gralky will never get rid of the spy role anymore after this. Anyways, AJ, are you fixing things? Or should I read the next one?
I'm fixing things. If he clicks the link.
If Shad Squatch clicks the link. All right. Meanwhile, I will announce the next one. After that, we'll have Shad Squatch coming in and chatting with us. The next finalist is Moonwolf. Moonwolf was also as a finalist from the popular vote. Moonwolf was actually, I think, one of the top votes. We had 2 people that had the most votes, and Moonwolf was one of them too. So I will read Moonwolf's story. Also, I just realized I have my Twitch open and I feel so weird. Right before the stream, I cut myself bangs. Don't ask, I'm weird. Okay. Moonwolf. Moonwolf is from Asteroid Farm Unlimited and from the Goons Farm Federation. I've spoken to Moonwolf, and I think Moonwolf said that he joined Goons fairly recently, but let me read the story. Why I would like to go to Iceland. I started playing EVE Online in 2005 and been around since. I made friends and seen the game evolve to what it is. I made friends for life in the game, and I love to help out others in the game, teaching them how to do different things. But it's sometimes hard to teach something without showing. So in November 2023, I was talking to starting EVE by a friend of mine that managed to get my wife on his side. So I started streaming ways to make ISK in high-sec, and that went really well. Appreciated what I had to show, and many started doing what I showed them and had fun with it. But starting streaming was more than just that. For me personally, it was a way to challenge myself. Since I was a kid, I had social anxiety due to what happened to me growing up. And today, it's a problem that is definitely holding me back to do a lot of things. Like meeting unknown people that have become friends in EVE. Streaming have helped a lot and is making me better. So that's the real reason why I keep streaming. But it's maybe time to push myself a little harder and actually go meet the people behind the nicknames face to face. After 19 years in the game and little over 1 year of streaming, I've finally worked up enough courage to maybe go meet some of the people behind those nicknames that have helped me so much battling my own personal battles and making me better. An EVE meetup is where many of them will be, so can't think of a better place to be able to meet that many in the same place. Give them a hug and take a drink isn't enough to thank all the nice people in the EVE community, but it's a start. And maybe it will make me see it's not that dangerous as I think it is. And that I can go to do more of the meetups in the future, getting to know more players and be a more active part of the great EVE community. That was Moonwolf, my friends. Moonwolf is also in the chat, by the way. I feel like I have to ask the tech person what would be the best. Because I don't know if Moonwolf wants to come on The Voice as well, but do we want to get everybody who is in the chat from the finalists at one go or all one by one? Tech support? Is it the real Moon? Yeah, that's the real Moonwolf. That's the real Moonwolf. Where are we with Shad? Okay, so then we can pick up the next finalist before? All right, the next finalist. We have 3 more left. Comi Valentine. Comi was chosen by me. I really liked Comi's story. I did remember, like, I first of all, I almost cried by a lot of the stories, and I told you guys, I squinked myself to not cry. But Comi was the story that, for some reason, because of the artistic side, I guess, it stuck to me. I see we do have Sasquatch in, but I will quickly read the story before, so we have a bit of not lost stories. So we'll read Comi and then we will have Sasquatch come in as well. I can never pronounce Sasquatch properly. Okay, so Comi Valentine from Valentine's Drone Design. I'm applying because I can't afford to go to FanFest since I'm unemployed now for like 2 years and don't have a job following some struggles with depression and burnout. Before I started EVE, I was an application developer. Comi, my main character, started out as an explorer, hacker, but now she has grown to a proper businesswoman with her own industry corporation. I think my coolest experience in EVE was the following. I anchored a low-sec control tower in Molten Health to mine some low-sec cores and invite everybody I knew to some low-sec mining parties. Eventually, it was attacked by some pirates and my diplomacy wasn't enough to stop them. The control tower at the mercy of those pirates with 2 billion ISK of low-sec ore trapped inside. I asked Ashokan and Lectus Matari for help, but they both said, not sure if we can show up. So hopelessly, I waited for the timer. But then suddenly, everybody showed up. Even some Amar militia people who had spies and wanted to fight Ashokan. And after a little skirmish with the Amar, we repaired the tower while the pirates stayed scared at the Heisa gate with their Brutix fleet. At that point, I was so happy that I said to myself, I want to help other people defend their stuff and give back to those groups if they get attacked. 3 years later, and now I'm an FC for Damn Fam. I'm in with our Heisa group, and I've defended a lot of high-sec stations, fought the Angel Cartel and the Amar militia. As a role player, I just can't accept the stations that house millions of people are getting blown up for profit or other sinister motives. I'm probably a bit in an unhealthy relationship with EVE. I used it as escapism, but I guess I'm also a bit addicted to it now, and basically 90% of all interactions I have with real people are online, in Discord, or EVE. I'd like to go to FanFest too. Number 1, meet up with some fellow EVE players I've met IRL, for example, Ashokan, and drink a beer or whatever they drink in Iceland. Number 2, search Comi's name on the monument. Number 3, meet some CCP devs. Number 4, see Iceland and hopefully not fall into a volcano or something. Number 5, I haven't left my country, Germany, for probably 5 years, so I guess a change of scenery would be cool. It feels a bit weird applying for this, but since my account balance is minus 300 euros, I guess this is the only way to get to FanFest. I will share a screenshot of my POS that will one day hopefully be a fully grown Minmatar NPS station. I think EVE needs more ways to express oneself as a player, not only skins and ship names, but actually things that matter. I think the coolest thing I did for EVE was my submission to this Liberation Day contest, Minmatar Propaganda, and helping the EVE creators channel when I had the mental capacity for it to help people with their 3D EVE art stuff. So that was Kim. That was Komi. Sorry, I lost my earbud. And I think we're gonna have Shad Squash joining in, but I need to find my sound, otherwise I will not hear him. Yeah. All right. We have 2 more finalists left, but for now we have Shad Squash, who is one of them. Hello.
Yo, how's it going?
Hi. How are you doing?
How are you?
Good morning.
It's 4:30 for me.
Oh, good afternoon. Well, we're at 12:30 already. Damn, this escalated. I thought it's gonna be a 2-hour stream today.
Yeah, it's kind of a big deal though. Like it's going to be stretched out just a wee little bit.
Yeah, I guess so. So, Shad Squash, introduce yourself just in case somebody doesn't know you.
Sure. My name's Shad Squatch. I'm an EVE partner, Twitch partner now, which is just crazy to think.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much. I've been playing EVE for about 3 years. I'm part of Wingspan. A lot of people are going to hate me. A lot of people are going to love me just because of being part of that alliance. And I've been part of EVE for the last few years, and it's been absolutely fantastic.
So we've been having like set kind of questions to a lot of people over the day. I don't know if you had time to tune in earlier. If not, no worries. But we went through a lot of activities that happened over the year, like the biggest loss, kill mail, for example, or biggest death and most expensive fight and that sort of things. Obviously, you're here now because you're one of the finalists. That wasn't necessarily planned. This is ad hoc. Awesome. But I will ask you the same questions as everybody else.
Sure.
I will give you like a moment if you want to, like at this moment, nothing you say will influence anymore because at the end it's going to be a lucky draw from the 10 finalists. But if you want to add something about the FanFest story that we just read, go ahead.
From my FanFest story? Yeah. I don't know, like for me, going to FanFest would mean me be able to interact with a lot of other people that are very passionate about the game. And one thing that I try to do whenever I go live is try to make some sort of community events. So we try and get people together to do things that people who aren't part of large alliances or people who don't have their own PvP group to go and do stuff with, get them together to go do something stupid and make something fun happen. So like yesterday, we did the Amazon Brawl, and I'm very fortunate to make friends with Amazon Prime. Absolutely fantastic group once you get to know them. And I worked with them to get as many people together to go get blown up and get on a Rorqual kill. This is the second time this has happened. So, like, me going to FanFest would be a way for me to give back to the community that has given me so much, and to try to get more large events together so that people who are new bros all the way to people who are bitter vets can get together and get blown up and have some fun.
Yeah, we actually, Amazon was one of the deadliest, that was the deadliest system in 2024. Did you know that?
Yeah. Me and Max Nero, we talk about it quite a bit, and yeah, it totally makes sense.
It had the most kills in the whole year, and I think I'm kind of like, I need to look back at the numbers, but we had, I think on one of the days, in just one day, it had 4.2 trillion is destroyed in just one day as a system.
I got to be part of like that big, like they made like a rafflecopter out of the Fortizar and stuff. Yeah, it was something to behold for sure.
Yeah, and I gathered this data this morning, and I was thinking like it didn't probably involve your yesterday's fun, unfortunately. So that's without that even. So I'm feeling a little bit sad that I didn't get to join yesterday. Having families in 2 countries, unfortunately / fortunately extends your Christmas. So I had Christmas yesterday.
Oh. Merry Christmas again.
Thanks. Yeah, so we had Christmas with AJ's family. But yeah, so we didn't get to join, but I thought it was really, really fun. And I hear a lot. I just recently started a corporation, and they all knew this was happening. And I think most of them actually were there And I've heard a lot
Awesome.
of excitement today from the event, which is really great. So thank you for entertaining my space babies.
Hey, that's what I'm best at, right?
Yeah. So one of the things I'm asking everybody is, what's the most exciting thing for you from 2024? We also had Brother Grimoire before on stream, so I asked it a little bit differently as a streamer. So one is, what's the most exciting thing for you in game that happened, and what's one of the most exciting things in 2024 that happened for you as a streamer?
I'm gonna cheat a little bit. Both of the things happened at the exact same time that happened last month. We raised over 11,000 USD for the Children's Hospital. So I'm part of Extra Life. So every year we do like 24-hour gaming marathon where we work together to raise millions of dollars for Children's Hospital all across North America. And because of the EVE community, we got into the top 50 in basically a single day. There's guys and girls who do this all year round, and we were up against some pretty stiff competition, I guess, if you want to call it that, and we raised a crazy amount of money in such a short period of time. And I'm just like, I was bawling. I've never cried so much on stream, and I still get teary eyed just thinking about that. So it was really cool to see the community come together and work really hard to make that happen. So that was definitely the highlight of my year for EVE and for streaming. But if I have to think about one specific instance about EVE, I think maybe trying to think of I've done so many MPSI roams. We evicted we did a small scale eviction. I've never done one before. It was a lot of work. And my own little C5 group, we worked really hard on it, and that was really stressful because we kept on getting people larger groups than our own roll into us, and we had to roll them off. We had to do hole control. It was a big deal, but eventually we were successful and it worked out. It was a really good growing experience for me and my group.
Awesome. I do remember for me with you in related memory from this year is you were giving me the first ropes of Bomber Fleet, basically.
Oh yeah. Mixed results, but it worked out.
I mean, I did get my first bomb kill by the end of the night after you left.
Awesome.
Granted, it was a voluntarily target, but I did get it. You need to practice somehow, but I think it was fun.
Easy. Yeah,
and thank you for that. You gave me the first info on how to handle it, so without you, I wouldn't have gotten anywhere with that. So what about 2025? What are you looking forward to most as yourself and as also in EVE?
For 2025, for EVE in general, to continue growing my C5 group. My C5 group has gone from being me and two other guys to now looking at the Discord. We're getting into the 20s. And we have everything from guys who've been playing for a month all the way to guys who've been playing since beta. So we have a lot of guys who are really passionate about the game and guys who are wanting just to learn the basics about the game. That's the thing I'm probably most excited for EVE. In 2020, we're just growing that and making that better and more fun. For IRL stuff, I'm excited for the summer. I'm excited for spring. I'm suck at I hate winter, even though I'm Canadian. I might get shot later in the streets for saying that, but I just want to go and go gardening and go hiking and stuff without needing to put on layers and layers.
Are you also in a situation where you haven't seen the sun for weeks now?
Yeah, the sun is set and it's 4:40 here, so it's already dark and I'm depressed.
Yeah, no, it's in Netherlands. It's been extremely heavy actually because there hasn't been even any of those 4 hours of a day where it's light. It hasn't even been sunny. I did see a little bit of sun in Latvia a couple of days ago, but it's been pretty. Nobody remembers what sun is anymore by now. So. All right, so I also have one more last question. What do you wish for everybody in 2025? All these EVE nerds, as I lovingly say.
Fly dangerously. Don't be stuck doing the same thing over and over again. Go out and do something new, and do something that gets you blown up. It helps the economy, and you get to learn something new from doing something stupid.
Thank you. I love how everybody is wishing more battles and more carnage all the time. So
Violence. More violence.
2025 should be violent. I hope so. All right. Thank you, Shazquatch, for joining in. Good luck. We'll see if the luck is on your side and the lucky draw of the final 10 finalists.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
All right. Take care.
Bye.
We have 2 more finalists to read and announce. And after that, we'll take like 2-minute break. So I can get some water. And then we're going to find the winner, I think. That's the plan right now. So I picked already one, but let me see what the chat said. I see that Strange Dan was like, did you hear she called us space babies? You guys called yourself space babies first, so you're my space babies. I want the smaller entities taking over the universe, creating full chaos. Yes, we will do that. It's all good, God and me. All right, so the 9th finalist, Telzar Kalzahar. This was also a public vote, if I'm not mistaken. Daddy Deep sending a Violent Night Eve parody song. By the way, I want to give a quick shout out to Daddy Deep as well, because Daddy Deep donated one of the biggest amounts for the FanFest giveaway as a donation. So everybody send hearts to Daddy Deep in the chat. All alliances ultimately being at war with each other would be fun event for a few weeks. It will be. So if you ask me, January will be fun. Anyways, Telzar Kalzabar. So we're gonna read Telzar's, yes, those hearts, Movable, Gralky. Let's keep on them coming. Telzar, we're gonna read Telzar's story right now. Here we go. Telzar is from Blessed Being and Pandemic Horde. And Telzar wrote, the people of New Eden, aka the Eve community, has helped me through some of my darkest times. When I first found out my spinal problems were degenerative and would never get better, when I lost my dad to cancer, and many more. I've wanted to go to Eve event for over a decade, but didn't have the physical capability until recently, thanks to physical and mental therapy and my awesome mobility scooter I named Baby Blue, aka my handy bean rocket ship. I want to meet and thank as many people from New Eden as possible, to share stories, give out hugs and stickers and laughs. The 2 best stories I have are how when I was severely depressed, my corp mates noticed and banded together and bought me the Owen skin I wanted more than any other. As a result, I now have the prettiest Rorqual in all New Eden. Sneaky bastards made me cry on comms, damn it. The second story is even better, because people from all over the New Eden, including goons and friends, despite the big war against Delve going on at the time, came to Horde, staging to put on a fireworks show for my dad, who was at home on hospice. I still have the footage of it on YouTube, though sadly the sound file was corrupted. It blew my mom, dad, and little brother away to see how my space friends and enemies from all around the world came together to do something special for Telzar's dad. 4th of July was always his favorite, and they made it happen in November. I will always treasure this community above and beyond any other I've been part of. Fly fun, before when you need it, and always remember Ewar, love, and love is evil. So that was Telzar Kalzahar's story. I'm screaming it out, so I'm like, again, don't get emotional from all of them. I hope that your sound isn't corrupted when I move, as mine is. White noise. Daddy Deep is feeling shy now. And we have one last finalist. Not the last, not, what's the saying? Least but not last? Tober Hardley! This was my mom's choice. So my mom, the most neutral of all, chose Tober as the finalist. And we're gonna read the Tober as well. Here we go. Tober, for the fun fact, has joined HTTP, Heirs to the Pleasure Hub, my alliance. So now I can organically kind of squish in alliance promotion. I started playing all the way back in the beginning with most of my friends. We did all the things together for many years, but then slowly most of my friends stopped playing, and finally I also decided to take a break. No one to play with, and it felt like I needed to do other things. Several years passed and I would still hear about fun stories from the world of Eve. I was slowly getting drawn back into the universe that I had so many unique and exciting experiences in and never really had anywhere else in gaming. Still, remember physically shaking for 15 minutes after my first PvP experience. And then I decided to log in and take a look. So much had happened since last time, and oh my, the nostalgia when digging into all my stuff. But the biggest thing that changed everything, I accidentally tuned in to a live stream with Miomia. It was really fun to follow a new player learning the ropes and talking with lots of other new and old players, sharing all the fun old stories. Being able to join fleets again and hanging out, doing things together. Now, that is where the fun of Eve really is. I was never able to go to Eve FanFest earlier in life, even though it sounded so fun and I wanted to. But to go now and meet all the people I have actually gotten to know the last year would be so amazing. I feel like it's been more than 20 years in the making that I would finally get to visit Iceland, the home of Eve. P.S. I managed to find a screenshot I took in Eve all the way back in 2006 of one of our first snowball fights. Check the upload. There's a photo in the website. My mom chose Tober because Tober was the only one of all the stories that mentioned a Miomia, actually. So I want to say she was neutral, but also she ended up not being very neutral. But she was neutral. Like, that was her choice. She could have chosen anything in any way. So, yeah, well, Parthenon, your application said you are in Northern Coalition. So I don't know. If you, Parthenon, be very careful with your words, because you're saying you are also in with us. If you win it now, then you have to wear our t-shirt there. So I mean, everything is rigged, right? Anyhow, I will ask AJ to take over for 2 minutes so I can go to the bathroom, because we don't have any break planned videos.
Yes, we do.
We do? Oh, AJ has planned a break moment. I will run to the bathroom. I'll grab some water for myself. Then we're gonna re-roll everything back, and then the big moment of the whole stream is gonna be, we're gonna pick who wins the FanFest trip, right? I would have mentioned Miomia because she lit me with Eve Passion again. Really gotten me? Is that also the case for you? If that's the case, it's so sweet. I'm glad I make people like Eve again. Also, I'm sorry I make you like Eve again, because I know it's a lot of work. But okay, AJ, take it over. How are you going to take this over? With what are you doing?
No, we're done. You can take one away.
Par says I'm neutral and I've seen a lot of Init today on the stream. That's true. That was not my plan. It's not my fault that Init is so busy. I looked at skill board and they all responded to my invitation to talk about it. Strange Dan wants all of everybody to win. Me too. I also want everybody to win. All right. I have so many cables with How did this insane fire sound that AJ fixed? I just God damn it! I thought like I'm so smoothly back, and I disconnected my own stuff. Cat is chill, floating and Mio appears. Yes. Gralky says they loved playing with me. Wait, what? Oh yeah, you all okay? We have Cotton, Partner, and Gralky. You all have been here. All right. So what's going to happen now is I would like to ask AJ to connect us with Gralky again, to just have a little, little brief chat with him. Because it's just like I would like Gralky to be part of this. Just because he was a big part of it. Reminds me of Christmas at my father's cabin. Nice. Hey, Gralky, I don't hear you yet. Oh, I hear you now. So welcome back.
Good to be back.
So, yeah, I'm not going to ask any more questions because I've asked a lot of questions, right? But I told you already that essentially, I think this giveaway was not possible without you. Because last year, before November, before the Manchester Eve meetup, you came to me with the idea of like, why don't we do a raffle in Manchester and the proceeds can go towards your FanFest giveaway. And I thought, first of all, what a genius idea. Secondly, I was like, nobody's going to buy anything anyways. But here we are. We managed to raise 1,650 euros. And over 90% of that is just because of all the raffles, which would not have been unless Gralky had this idea.
I know everything was kind of last minute for the whole Manchester one, but that just blew my head away. Like over, I think it was £350 that were raised on that one alone, and that was just within like a week's planning.
Yeah. And then we just gave like all kinds of giveaways that you had on with you. I made the famous knickers.
Yeah,
in the last moment.
They were very popular.
It was like, I think it was like a day before we had to leave or so. I basically ordered whatever could arrive the next day. So I looked for all the things that were there that you could order with any customization. And I found these G-strings and I put Initiative, NC Dot, what else? Goons, I think as well. Those were the three. And then we had can I bring my Drake?
Yeah, there was mugs, there was bottles, there was all sorts. So yeah.
You had posters from Captain Armalio. It was great, and then you also did something similar in London, right? I was not there, but was it London or Leeds?
London. Leeds, yeah.
Leeds, yeah. Tell about that because I wasn't there.
Yeah, Leeds wasn't as big an event given the location. I think there's about 35, 40 people turned up. And I mean, we still made about £150, £200 off of that one alone. And I've got quite a few entertaining photos of various streamers involved with the Bears community, very happy with their prizes. Particularly one of Welsh Del Boy that looks like he may have wet himself. So.
Now, well, honestly, Gralky, thank you so much. And I was a little bit like I wasn't yet even thinking about the next year. Obviously, I would love to be able to do this again and be able to give another FanFest for the next FanFest as a giveaway. But I wasn't even there yet thinking. And Gralky was already, should we do this for the next year? Yeah, what's the plan? What's happening? And I'm like, wait a minute, we haven't yet picked the winner. But at this point, this is becoming as much Gralky's activity as it is mine. It was my idea during FanFest, which was just like insane idea of like, let's bring somebody to FanFest. And honestly, it was more of Gralky's doing than mine.
It's like Audi's been saying all night. It's their way of giving back to the Eve community, and this is part of mine. So
yeah. So thank you. Thank you so much.
Definitely do it again.
Yeah, well, we'll try. Let's see. Like it always was the plan, right? That we'll see how much money we manage to raise, and if we manage to raise more than enough for one, we will try to send 2 people. We managed to raise 1,650 euros, which I think will cover one. We'll see. We'll see who the winner is, and honestly, if it's somebody, well, the hotels unfortunately in Iceland are so expensive that we probably can't bring 2. But we'll see how it looks like. The rest of the money will go to the charity of the choice of FanFest. That's anything left over. But if by any miraculous reason we get more than one person sent next year, we'll do that. And if not, then we'll do one. And if we don't get enough for a one, we'll still do this. And the person that's a winner can choose if they want to use the raised funds to cover any expenses of going to FanFest or donate it to the FanFest charity of the year. So we're going to do it all over again, basically. We don't have a choice at this point anymore. I also want to say a big thank you to CCP because they've been supportive of this, because they've been aware of it from the very beginning. They also, I actually brought it down before the stream. During Give Amsterdam, they donated this book as part of the giveaways. Not this one, because this one they gifted to me and AJ as a thank you for organizing. Otherwise it sounds like crazy that I have the book, but they donated one of these versions also to the raffles for the giveaways, and it contains basically all of the CCP signatures here. So yeah, they've supported this, and they're also giving us the FanFest ticket for the winner. So, you know, the cost doesn't have to go towards that, but more of like really the expenses that need to be covered. So yay, the CCP. Woo. No, I'm the only one clapping. That's the disadvantage. Yay, I have a second person. That's the disadvantage of being a streamer. You're just mostly on your own in a room. So yeah, fucking Andy, Labrid. Hey, Labrid. Why not keep the rest to have an advantage for next year? I mean, technically we could, but like we always said that it's going towards the charity, so that would be a bit of a change right now in the plan, so I'm not sure if we're going to do that, but I'll bring it up to the board, which is Grolky and AJ at this point. Yeah, when the best community in the world decides to do something, shit happens. That's what Strange Dane says, and that's true. My guess is the whole budget will be gone just to, for the travel and cost of the hotel. So yeah. I mean, are we guys ready? Are we guys ready to find out who is the grand winner?
Yes, let's get that Sino lit.
I mean, it's honestly like you always have like somebody that you hope for, but all of the stories, I chose one story because I had to choose, but like I hope for everybody. If I could, I wish, like, if anybody is rich and has like around 15k left over, just send it over and we'll send everybody, but otherwise you have to just send one, unfortunately. Yeah, good luck everyone, Moonwolf says. Congrats to the winner, and I hope you have the time of your life. All right. I need to make sure that everybody sees how
rigged this is.
How rigged and not rigged it is. So I'm taking one. I'm going to pull it out. Gralki, is it this or not?
Yeah, let's roll with that. I can't even see what you picked up there.
I know, they're all red. You could have said no, and I would have put it back and picked up the next one. So, is this it?
Yep, let's take it.
Is this the winner? I have anxiety. Who is winning?
The laugh says it's rigged.
Okay, how rigged is this? Chad, show how rigged is this. Okay, I have the winner. And this is gonna be, everybody's gonna say it's so rigged. Call me Valentine. That's the person I chose and nominated. So it's so rigged. Now it's not rigged, but call me, congratulations. You just won yourself a trip to FanFest. I don't know if Komi was in the chat, but Komi was the story, was the person from Germany that had played even for since 2000 and I don't know by heart anymore. Yeah, and that was like the one thing that hit me there was like the 3D art thing, which was in the end like one sentence. But like when I read the story in my memory, it was way more. But it's I chose Komi, so congratulations. I will reach out to Komi. We'll try to get the hold of Komi. Wasn't in the chat, but it's okay.
There's also another giveaway on to do as well.
Yeah, Gralki.
Yeah, don't run away, guys.
Gralki gave another giveaway of friendship skins. So we're gonna give that as well as a constellation prize. Not that it's the same as a FanFest, but here we go. Is this the one?
Yes, that'll do.
Okay. Okay, and the winner is Shadek! Shadsquash! Squatch just won the friendship skins. Gralky, will you send it over?
I've already contracted them to you, so if you just pass
Oh yeah, you said that. Okay, I have to do it myself. Squatch, you just won yourself some friendship skins. Woohoo! All right, that was it. Okay, thanks. Bye. No, but guys, that was it. We have the winner of the whole year, more than a year planning of the FanFest giveaway. We'll reach out to Komi. If Komi doesn't get back to us within a week, then obviously we will have to re-roll this. But I think that's most likely not going to be the case. Who?
He's already chatting.
Komi. Oh, AJ just, one of the board just said, if Komi doesn't react in within a week, then Squatch wins. Strange Dan immediately wants to suggest the raid target. Yeah, no, that is true. We're going to slowly wind off. Thank you again, everybody, so much for donating, for tipping on this. We will be starting this again. Honestly, we still have the tipping page for this particular activity live. So if you want for the next year already to start tipping on towards the FanFest giveaway, you can do it. There is a special link for it. You can, I always thought it's cool if somebody has like small amounts that they want like $5 or $10 a month to tip towards it, you can set it up that it happens every month. It's kind of like the saving pot together. But yeah, so we will restart it again. We'll have Eve Amsterdam again next year. Gralky is probably going to do 10 different events. And yeah, thank you so much. All the love towards the community. You are freakishly amazing. Thank you for tonight as well. It was really fun. I am still trying to figure out what we're going to do with the end of the year. Is there a stream tomorrow? Is there a stream on 31st? I don't know. We'll see. Is there a fleet on the 1st? I don't know. We shall see. Depending on the sleep needs, basically, of the next couple of days. Strange Dane says raid Zide so people can see just how dysfunctional wormholes are. He's a really cool guy and the smaller streamer. We should show him some love. Daddy Reeve says Komi is so gone. Gets stalked on every comms channel upcoming week. No way he can ignore. That's true. But again, thank you so much, everybody. Will the mods initiate the raid? The mods are responsible for the raid, so it's not me anymore. Gralky, thank you as well. Again, super thank you for all the support. Guys. Thank you for the stream joining in. And Sammy, thank you for overly initiative theme stream. Not that it's your fault, not that it's my fault. You guys just were way too busy this year.
We'll just have to up our game next year.
Yeah, apparently. So your stream, like next year's 2024 recap, 2025 recap is again fully initiative blown. But thank you again. We're gonna raid out into Scythe and we'll see you guys very soon. Take care, everybody. Bye. I don't know how long you will keep seeing me.